fucking deserve this, man. What the fuck? I thought this was gonna be blood points. I thought that was gonna be blood points. I'm like shaking. Is it a good sound or a bad sound? Thank you for the shout out for Luna! Oh my god, are you guys ready? Curvy flashlight! What's up, my man's just stepped in the fire. That is so funny. See you later, alligator. Dummy. Incredible. Wait, you too? Oh, this is good. This is a good strat. Oh my god. This is a really good strat. Oh god, there's like so many of you. No, go back on fire again. It was funny. Oh my god. They'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll walk it off. Oh my Lanta. That was so funny how they all just ran into the fire. Shut up, chat. Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here!
What were you thinking? Activating that blast. I was right. Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
Sorry, I'll be more careful.
Hello.
Oh no, my smoker's wheeze.
Chaos you need to unleash here.
Oh my god, see, this would have got me banned on TikTok. This I would understand. Why, Raven, do you want him?
Shut it, Horns. I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
My duty
Let me
is
punch
to
him.
this camp.
Let me at him!
Oh, God forbid you risk your precious tail. But I shouldn't be surprised. Foul bloods ain't known for courage.
Oh, let me at him, 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 let me at him.
About to erupt.
Aim a blow at the human, try to knock him flat on his back. Oh, I have -1 strength, though. That's right. I believe in the heart of the cards. Happy Friday. I'm a little nervous right now because I dressed up and I feel uncomfortable. But hopefully you guys like it. Happy Clair Obscur Expedition 33 Day. Shut up, stop, don't be nice to me, I'm gonna cry. Stop. I bought these in January because I thought we were gonna do this so much earlier and I didn't. Oh my god, stop. I'm gonna cry. So I'm gonna cry for another reason because Leon's Moans just did a fucking tier 3 resub for 26 months. By the way, Leon's Moans, did you refresh? Because I forgot to do that thing. Hi, Games Dean. Oh, I love your name. I love your name. Welcome in. Hi, Kelly. Thank you for the 26 months, Leon's Moans. Do you want a cat or a dog? Do you want a meow or a woof? Oh, let me say hello to everybody. Supernova, thank you for being first. Nutmeg, thank you for being not first. Supernova, mwah. Rin, mwah. Bible Penguin, mwah. Amaya, mwah. Hey, Mama J, mwah. Shabby Tugboat, mwah. Leon's Moans, mwah. Games Dean, mwah. Dweeb, mwah. What is that? What is that, Leon's Moans? What is that next to your name? It's not a tier 3 sub alert or sub badge that I see. Is that a mod badge? I have officially kidnapped Leon's Moans. Leon's Moans, against their will, is now a moderator. So everyone say, yippee! And then who wants to be Leon's Moans' first ban? I drove the van. Is crazy. Yippee! Me! R.I.P. Leon's Moans. R.I.P. Not the birthday party. Also, Kyle. Mwah. Think with the forehead kissy. Hi, Kelly! Hi. No way! You did it! Okay. Now let's see if Leon's Moans. Oh my god, they know. They know. They did the thing! W Leon's Moans. W Leon's Moans. Also, Mama J, I hope you wear that badge with honor that you were Leon's Moans' official first time out. That is huge. Nikki, mwah, think with the forehead kiss. So like tickle pink. For those that come after, so cute. You guys are so cute. Better stop that right now. Oh, thank you, biblically accurate moose. Wait, did you tell me if you wanted a cat or a dog? Leon's Moans. No, my Nidoking. That Bravo Penguin got me. Please hydrate. Really? Okay, so I have heard that I'm gonna cry. I have heard that. Dog! Okay. I'm gonna pick a random dog. Pick this dog. Floofy. Cool. Thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. Hi, Panda Monster! And I have had 0 spoilers. I don't know anything about this game, so I'm going in completely blind. Shinobi, thank you for getting the sub to Teluchu. Teluchu, enjoy your 90, count him, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. And, Shinobi, enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. I actually have to get the sub, too. Leon's Moans. Oh, you know what? I kind of have an idea. Ben, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Panda Monster, did I do yours? Shinobi, did I do yours? Mwah, mwah. Just in case I didn't. If you guys already did, you guys get extra. I have my mug of hot cocoa. Is it a PixelxKitten mug? The music is amazing. One of the best soundtracks. I think I've heard a bunch of the music before, but that's because I watched like all the game awards that they won awards for, and so it's like I think it was impossible to not hear the music, right? You bought the vinyl for the soundtrack. Shut up, that's so dope. Chloe, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I hope you're doing okay, Chloe. Is that it's Obscur and it's on Expedition, I guess. All I know is that Jennifer English voices a character in it. So God's favorite princess is in here. Not Bravo Penguin. Other God's favorite princess. What was I about to do? Oh, hold on. Sure. Okay. This is gonna be like really obscure, not Clair obscure. Shut up. This is gonna be like you're gonna have to, Leon's Moans, you're really gonna have to like use your thinking cap for this art that I'm gonna do on your doggy. But I need you to know that, oh my god, I'm doing my best, alright? I'm doing the best with what I can on this 2-dimensional picture. Oh my god. You know what? I kind of like it. You know what? I think it worked. You'll see. You'll see. Aww. Why do they all look like skunks? I'm gonna start asking if you guys want a cat or a skunk now. You're getting eyebrows because I feel like eyebrows are really bringing it together. Why do they all look like skunks? Aww. Actually, it looks like a squirrel. Hey, Dweeb! Thank you for the 60 stream streak. What the fudgies? That's so nice of you. What the helly? Oh, thanks, Panda Monster. Thank you. What's up, Jinx? Electric Panther. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Wow, we got a streaker. The French outfit. We. You guys like that shit? Huh? Oh, thanks, Shadow Angel. You guys are being really nice to me. Don't be nice to me. Goddess. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That's you. You're God's favorite princess. Oh, I'm not done, actually. There's a little bit more I want to do. There's a little bit more. Okay. Alright, he's done. He's done. So, I know it looks like a squirrel, but I need you to, like, use your imagination. It's Leon. He's got a little RPD badge and an RPD, like baseball cap. I know it looks like a squirrel and he's holding an acorn, but I swear to God, it's the Amazon said these are dogs. You have to use their imagination. I'm not an artist, okay? What's up, Sushi Guy? Sushi Guy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. So, little RPD action. Where is he gonna go? Where is he gonna go? Oh, we're not in a room, chat. We're not in a room. Shadow Angel. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Chloe, thank you for the 60 stream streak. What's happening? I see cuties. What's up, DJ? I only know how to speak French between your... Whoa! That's a sex joke. I mean, can you teach me? Subscribe or gift a sub for the Clair, Obscur, E33, Twitch badge, auto resubs, and primes don't count. This is Pixel's first playthrough. No spoilers or backseat allowed. If you spoil, you go to jail, aka banned. I think that's a good pinned message, right? What do you guys think? Is that a good pin? Did Pixel do a good pin? I have to gift a sub because I really want this badge as well. For the record, I was gonna do this this live stream anyway. Ew, I hear my voice. Sorry, I heard my voice. That was weird. W. Thank you, Angel. YBZ. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Preston. I was cleaning off Preston today. I was like, oh, your father would be so happy that I finally cleaned him off. DJ. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. What's up, Max? Yeah, don't spoil this game. I haven't had anything spoiled to me. I'm like everything's completely new to me. Gift one sub. Give me my Twitch badge. Who's Preston? The giant Meowth. Giant Meowth. Oh, I should have given it to someone in chat. Hello? Sorry. Next time. Next time. Sorry. Yeah, got my Twitch badge. Yep. Games Dean! Thanks so much for gifting a sub to Casey
Hello?
Cakes, Minnesota. Oh, man. Does she really? Biblically, that's awesome. Hype train. Yo, Games Dean, enjoy your Twitch badge. And Casey Cakes, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Hi, Mr. Ware. Mr. Ware, happy Friday. All I know is this game, yeah, this game won, like, every award that that could have been. They give it a badge. Yes! Do you guys want to see it? Game. Oh, display capture's already on. Cool. It is the Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for their 1-year anniversary of it being out. I have never played this. I have never watched any gameplay of it. I think I actually maybe watched like 3 minutes of the intro, and that was it. But this is the badge, and it goes from April 24th today through May 11th. Well, I guess May 10th because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning on May 11th. So it's really like I would say that Sunday, but yeah, I'm very excited. Alice, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Yeah, I was thinking about you today. Mr. Ware, mwah. Maximus, mwah. Max, I don't know if I got yours, so mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. It better be worth it. Wait, what better be worth it? The game? Because it won all the awards? I got McDonald's for dinner and they gave me 2 bonus nuggies? Someone's got a crush on you. I imagine, right? It's top 5 of all time.
Oh, cool.
Yo! Shadow Angel! Also, you saved the hype train. Thank you so much. That is so awesome. Thank you for the 2 monthies. Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh! Yeah! Right? The hype trains? Yeah, cool. I'm not saying that I won't take shots of disgusting liquor if we hit hype trains, but I'm not saying I won't do it. Also, I got new treats for the dogs, and Charlie's been very patient. Cute as a button. Mwah. Think with the 4 kissy. We're streaking, Mr. Ware. Thank you. Whoa, that smells very bacony. Yeesh, that smells like a dog treat. Hopefully you like this one because you didn't like the other ones. But Mr. Ware, thank you so much for the stream streak. Oh, that was so gentile. So lovely. Charlie's always excited. Yo, Shadow Angel, your badge looks so good. Mr. Ware, I got you. I'll get you another one, though, because you asked so nicely. Think of the 4 kissy. Cute as a button, I got you. Right? Just in case. Kaya. Mwah. Think of the 4 kissy. I'm giving out a lot of double kisses today, but that's all right. I'm feeling very generous. Feeling very generous. I have just below Hades 2 and just above Celeste. Really? Oh, oof, 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 oof. Crummies everywhere. Gotta go back to work. Oh, bye, Games Dean! Enjoy work. I hope I like it too. I'm sure I will. If it's won like a million and one awards, I'm sure I'll like it. I'm getting hungry. Have you eaten? Marshmallow. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Have you eaten bacon and hash browns or breast breakfast? I love hashies. Hash browns are so good. I had some cashews. Oh, so all day today you've had cashews. That's it. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I have to text my brother. Because I told my brother that I would text him before I opened this today. Yippee. Shout to Target. Opening them, meow. Ahoo, werewolves in London. Want to go Taco Bell? I haven't had Taco Bell in a minute. I don't even know what the special items that they have at the moment are. Pull me a Mimikyu? I don't know if there's a Mimikyu in here. Do you really, Shadow Angel? I had it for a long time because I've been broke, but and it's just, they're so hard because the hobby is like so competitive right now. So I'm ready for work to be more over. Got tonight and tomorrow, then I'll be off and out of town. Arr, 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 arr. Taco Bell breakfast. I've had that before. I've had Taco Bell breakfast before. It's quite yummy. Frickin' mom. Rootsy, thank you for the 10 stream streaks. You guys know that Rootsy was streaming today? Wait. Root-E. There we go. Dibs on the cards if I need them. Dibs on shut up if you shut up. Everyone say hi, Rock Dude. Rock Dude's my brother. What's up, Gender Fluid Druid? For creating such an amazing community and safe space to be by yourself. No, you. Don't be nice to me. You better stop that. Oh my god. Ugh, you guys better stop being nice to me. Hope everyone's well. Not having a good day. Where friends just dumped me over one thing that was a genuine accident. Okay, so honestly, if people, I don't know. Like, if people, I don't know. People are so hypocritical, Kaya. That sucks. Man, I'm so sorry. But you know what, Kaya? It sucks now, but you are so much more better off. Truly so much more better off. Hugs for anybody who wants one. Hugs for anybody who wants one. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can delve into the next person. Did you win the Spirit City, Liansmo? Shut up. Oh, so you want to get punished. Let's hug. Okay, yeah, my brother. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! To Kiana the Book Gremlin, Meow, Leo Jack, ZN Salt God, and Scenic Loop. What the helly welly? You are already super hot, but when you open Pokemon cards, just know I have to turn my AC on. Shut up! Bubble Penguin, do you want pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple pussy? And then, do you want... He's just like dead. Do you want rum, malort, tequila, Vodka or Pink Whitney. Look at these cute stickers that this comes with. Mine. Not yours. You guys can have them. They're mine. I like stickers. Oh! I also have a package to open. Yeah. A throne gift. Why it gotta be pink? Why does what have to be pink? Wait, did Bravo choose pink? Learning how to edge the hype train. Did you do it because the hype train is gonna die? The choo-choo can chew its last chew, Rootsy. Rootsy? Rootsy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, why is it gotta be pink, Whitney? What did I do? Sorry, you just caught a stray. But Bravo, thank you so much. Let me know what color Puff Puff and what shot. W throne gift. I'll open it after this because my brother wants me to hurry. I'm gonna open the other packs first just so I can make him wait a little bit though. I just got here. What the heck? Thank you guys so much for the 5 gifted subs. Choo-choo. Back to 0 days of chat shenanigans. Yeah. Don't even get me started on what was it? Wednesday, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm not doing a giveaway or anything, Alice. I'm sorry. Pink and Malort. Got you. Good girl. Good girl picking Malort. Wednesday. I did forget. Pull that Zard. SIR. What does SIR stand for? I see that a lot, but I don't know, like, what it means. Also, all of these code cards go to my brother. You guys can't have them. Unless you guys are, like, really quick. You can have that one. Alright, and then, oh, here. Let's, whoa. Apom. Vibrava. Like a Yahoo. Sandile. Swinub. Blowtorch. Survivor. Bramblegast. A Charmeleon. Reverse. Hollow. What the fudge? Kyle, I'm gonna ban you. Ambipom. Somebody, Leon's Moans, ban Kyle. And a Mega Heracross EX. Ooh. She's so pretty. I just tried to zoom out the screen. Oh, Kyle, you want to get banned? Oh, wait, and then, woo, I forgot about the energy card. Okay, you know what? The Mega Heracross is super dope, but I'm really excited about the Reverse Hollow Charmeleon. It's very, very pretty. Thank you, Leon's Moans. Kyle. But I don't, IR is illustration rare, but I don't know what the S means. What does the S mean? Brother, tell me. Kyle, what the fudge? Kyle, what the fudge? So special illustration rare. Okay. Danger Dan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Mira. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say, oh, whoa, Mira. Gold Lucario. Okay. Do you guys think I'm gonna get a gold Lucario? I got a gold Pikachu. It's just a code. Just kidding. All right. Delibird. I got a Delibird illustration rare earlier. That was really pretty. Spoink. Did you guys know that if a Spoink stops spoinking, that he'll die? So he has to continuously be like jumping. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Tell your kitty cat I said. Nah! Oh, really? Oh, Kyle, you could have done that with like $1. $1? You see, you messed me up. You guys give me money, I can't speak. Biblically accurate moose? Thank you for the 4 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes. Review it. Add your sub badge. Blah, blah, blah. Also, Kyle, do you want pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? And then you're gonna pick a shot for me too. Electric. Hello, Sammy! Everyone say hello, Sammy. Sammy, hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. $1? Dula exclamation dollar, but like DOLLA. A shovel? Magnezone. Oh, actually, on this scene. Do it on this scene. Because I forgot it's not in this. It's not in this one. Salmon. Okay, I got you. And rum. There you go. It's on this scene, right? Maybe it don't work. Oh, maybe only a mod can do it.
$1? Water? $1? Water? I'm about to get wet for less. I'm about to get wet for less.
So fun fact, didn't know that could be spammed. I'm gonna switch scenes before my mods to take advantage of that. Did not know that there. Nah, see. I know my mods. I know my mods. A center. Oh, I can hear it, but it's not on the scene. I can hear it though. Just you. Yeah, okay. A Heliopatile. A Kroganrowarok. Oh, a Xerneas! And then our electric. Oh, that was gonna be electric. It's electric. Woogie. Alright. No gold Lucario. Spades! Mwah. Vanessa. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Your luck sucks. Shut up. I just got a hit.
Water? For $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
I cannot wait for me to pull the, Charmander, because you can only get one of these 9 Pokemon, and my brother needs the Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle. Maybe there wasn't a cooldown. I'm confused. Peace. Oh, fuck. Please speak clearly. Hi, Spades! Maybe there is a cooldown. Maybe it's because we all 3 did it at the exact same time, and it confused the thing. Maybe that's what happened. Alright. Give treats! I got you. Alright. Let's see. Is it gonna be... Squirtle? No! Everyone say, fuck you, Pixel Pro! Fuck you, Pixel Pro! Fuck you, Pixel Pro! Look, we got the Bulbasaur. The Char! I'm literally so gassed right now. And the Squirtle. I just spit. It's alright, you guys liked it. I am so happy. My brother, yeah, your luck sucks. Matt, Pixel Bro, you have no idea how much that means to me. You need to insult me every time. That, I open these cards. Because that worked out so beautifully. Give me? No. I'll take those at the, instead of the Ascended Bundle? I didn't get it at first, and now I get it. Thanks a lot. Rootsy. I don't want you. Yeah, I keep him. I want him. But, Rock Dude, what if you get something really cool out of Ascended? What if you get something really cool? No, you're good, Shadow. I figured you were like, give it to me. But yeah, there's my Pokemon cards. Rock Dude, you can leave now. I'm gonna bet we'll talk Sunday. Oh no, I'm not bringing them on Sunday. If I bring them to your house on Sunday, I will not be leaving with them. They will not be making it. He's gonna like mysteriously disappear during dinner on Sunday. He's gonna come to my house, find these cards. I'm so gassed. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad. Sunday. Where do we put these so they don't get ruined? Okay, well, I guess we'll just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if put them right here. 5 minutes later. Oh, if Rock Dude came to my house right... No, because my front door's locked. I don't think he's got a key. I think I should be okay. Put him under Charlie's bed. Yeah, but unfortunately Charlie likes my brother, so unfortunately... I'll just let him take him. We'll warn you. Oh my god. I got jam and meatballs. What the fudge is jam and meatballs? I'm not hating. I'm just curious. It did sound like I was a hater, though. I'm out. Have fun. Bye, Rock Dude! Everyone say bye, Rock Dude. Sorry, I'm really hot right now. This hat is, like, keeping all of the heat in my head. Oh, that's really loud. Do you guys hear that? Yeah, maybe that's better. Maybe that's better. Alright, what are we doing? Pussies! A 1 for Kyle, 1 for Bravo Penguin. Yeah, you are. Whoa! Oh, and then after this, I'm gonna open the throne gift, and then I swear to God, we're gonna start playing. But to everybody who's gifted subs or subbed that wasn't an automatic resub and wasn't a prime, you do have an Expedition 33 badge. So Rootsy has an Expedition 33 badge now. So enjoy. God's favorite princess. I want you to know that I'm not fixing it. Bravo, Penguini! I'm not fixing it. It was by design, obviously. I was so concerned about not writing God's favorite princess, while I was writing Bravo Penguin. I was like, please don't write princess, please don't write princess. That I wrote Bravo Penguin instead of... Okay, so we're gonna make this just cursed. We're gonna all out cursed. All right. You know what? I'm gonna stop the too much Gene and I'm gonna leave it just like that. Okay. Alright, Kyle. Nah, nah, nah. Bet Kyle. Okay. It's pretty cursed. I see no error. Oh, man. So it's going to be a new sub. So it can't be like an automatic resub. So say, you have, like, your subs are on automatic resubs. So like Leanne's Moans. Leanne's Moan had an automatic resub today. They did not get, or she did not get the badge because it was like an automatic resub. But, was it Shadow? You resubbed, but it wasn't on an automatic resub. You manually resubbed, and that counted. Howdy, Doka! Happy Friday. All right, so there's a story here. Oh, actually, the story here. Okay, so Kyle is very concerned about this cat because this cat has hands on its face and a smiley face on its butt. And that's Bravo Penguin. That's Bravo Penguin's, Bravo Penguin's alter ego. And your face is on your butt, and you have like angry eyebrows because you're like, Pinky in the brain. What are we gonna do today, Pinky? What we do every day? Take over the world. You know what I mean? So and then Kyle's like, woo, you know. So, yo, Anonymous, thank you for getting us up to Kwai. And Anonymous, enjoy your Expedition 33 badge. A moose. A moose? A biblically accurate moose? Ugh. Ooh. A biblically accurate moose. Oh! Well, does that work, Doka? I'm not sure. I believe you if it does. That's me. Do I not have a shot glass down here? I don't have a shot glass down here. Oh, I do! No, I do have to give tweets. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you. Hi, fighter. Are you telling me there was a crowbat in here and none of you guys told me? There was a whole ass crowbat in here? I know, Charles. I know. Oh, you get the bigger piece because you're bigger. Oh, right in the face. Sorry. Trying to scam? Thank you, Mama J. Nutmeg! Thank you for the forehead Q. Sorry if I miss anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. Or do anything. Oh, also, this feels like really big. That's what she said. I thought it was going to be like a small book, but I think it's a big book. I have to get ready to run my nerd. Oh, someone clip the crying. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Kyle, thank you so much. I'll do your shot. Don't worry. Doka, I will in a second. Don't let me forget, because I will forget. So this is like a whole ass book. What the fudgy wudgies? Supernova, you did this, right? Or am I stupid? Who did this? It was Supernova. Supernova, you stinky little otter, you. Supernova, thank you so much. This is so dope. I didn't think it was gonna be so big. So big. Take her! Mwah. Think of the forehead QC. Oh, I'm glad that we did the. Oh no way! It comes with tools. I'm so glad we did the purple one. The purple one is so pretty. I hope you. Oh my god! Do you have one, Supernova? Oh. Oh, the pages. I'm sorry. This hat is super uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's like really over my ear. Oh, that feels weird. It feels like I'm underwater. That's fine. The pages feel so weird. Like they feel like greasy, but like not greasy, you know? You might get one. Well, I know a guy that makes some really cool ones. It's called Amazon. Astrology sign check. I'm a Libra. But it has like little tweezers and a little scraper. So you could put a sticker on here, scrape the sticker off, grab it without getting your nasty oily fingers on there, and then put it on another page or put it somewhere else. This is so dope. This is big. I cannot wait to put all my G Fuel stickers in here. You guys are gonna be like, oh, you guys don't have any other stickers? No, I don't. I only have G Fuel stickers. Maybe I'll take some time on a stream and do that one day. I don't know what we'll do. But thank you so much, Supernova. That is super cool. And also, shout out to Loki for finding that and putting that idea on my throne because I'm so gassed to try that. What were we about to do? Pokemon. Aw, he yelled at me. Yeah, you do hear Five Nights at Freddy's, yeah. Scorpio, Taurus, Pisces, Capricorn. You heard that? Yeah, that was a loud one. What Pokemon for you, Leo? Scorpio? Ooh. I'm gonna let you pick. They're kind of similar silhouettes, maybe you could say. A Scizor and what's his name? Garchomp. I'm gonna let you pick. But I pick either a Scizor or a Garchomp. Of the Stream Streak ladder. Nutmeg. Thank you for the 70 stream streak. That is so dope. Thank you so much. We've had 2 60 stream streaks and a 70 stream streak today. What is one life lesson that you think everyone should know? Oh, God. Oh, put me on the spot. Oh, gosh. I don't know, because I'm still trying to figure out life. Don't get into credit card debt. What's up, Bacon? Bacon, hope you're doing so good, homie. So long as it's not shiny. What color is shiny Garchomp? Yeah, Leanne's bones, literally. Yeah, don't get into credit card debt. Don't ever get hurt because hospital bills suck. If you're gonna get hurt, do it out of country. Out of America. Oh, it's sort of the same? Really? Is it like shiny Gengar? Gengar, one of like the coolest Pokemon ever, has like the lamest shiny. Yeah, Nutmeg, you get it. I was hoping for something purple. Really? If you squint and he's really far away, he could look purple. No way! Sizor's dope. Sizor's just such a dope Pokemon. Fawn. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Yeah, no credit card. Yeah, that don't do that. Oh, about wait, what were you telling Panda? I'm gonna go get a shot glass because I don't want to use my Ak cup. I don't want to use the alien cup. I could, but I don't want to. I don't have any clean shot glasses though. Oh, it's kind of purple if you look. Yeah. I don't have any shot glasses. Do you think I could eyeball it? I'm just gonna go clean a shot glass really quickly. Do you mind? Boo, you have control of the stream. Okay, she lied. She actually did clean one. I don't remember cleaning this. I remember looking for a clean shot glass the other day. Did I clean things the other night when I don't remember. Chandelure, really? Boo's like, no, I'm good. Lapras is pretty dope. And doesn't Lapras have like a purple shiny? Mega Chandelure? There's a Mega Chandelure. What? Oh, hello, lovely. Jump on my desk once and you're gone. So what? Why are you yelling at me? Bubble Penguin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Don't do that ever again. Why is my cat yelling at me? Does anybody want a cat? L'chaim. Salud. Oh, do it, Shinobi. Do it. Me! You want him? His name is Jasper. He is 10 years old. And, I don't know. How much do you weigh? Well, I should weigh you sometime. Do you want to know how I weigh my cats? I step on the scale. I was like, okay, that's how much I weigh. And then I grab my cat. And oh no, I did this with Boo, I think. I grabbed Boo, and then I carried him, and I weighed him, and that, you do? Okay, I feel a little bit better now. Same age as my kitty. All 3 of my cats are all 10. Yummy! Well, Jasper's kind of an asshole. He pisses everywhere. So I have to put boxes everywhere. So he pees on those instead. And then I just throw away those boxes. 16! Oh! Old man or old woman. Okay, we're just gonna do the same G Fuels I did the other day, because I really don't feel like, changing my, my command. Yours turns 10 in August? Oh, so same year. Oh, Charlie! That's my other dog's name. What's up, Shenny? Shenny, thank you for the hug. Well, G Fuel flavor, we'll do the same one as Wednesday. So we'll do grape, Nuka grape. What's up, Mystic? Mystic is gonna be my first time. I haven't even opened the game. Actually, okay, I lied. I haven't opened the game today. I did open the game today. I haven't opened the game on stream yet. I opened the game so I could turn all the settings down too low. Yes! Rin, you like the playlist? I think if we do exclamation point playlist, you could get my playlist on Spotify. I've never seen anything. I'm going in completely blind. Charlie, Sophie, and Zelda. Are they all cats, Moose? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Leon's Moans. Isn't Leon's Moans such a good mod, guys? Tell all the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Oh, cats, that's awesome. Zelda's such a great name. I love that. Stop yelling at me. Oh, God, it smells so good. Shenny, mwah, Bacon, mwah, Mystic, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. I'm supposed to be writing an email. What's it about? Is it about how amazing you are? I'm joking. But I'm not joking about how amazing you are. I'm still waiting for Forza Horizon 6. Wait, really? I used to play Forza all the time. Thanks, Supernova! This developmental editor is trying to work with me. Why is that bad? Do we not like developmental editors? Also, how long have we been streaming? Streaming for 45 minutes, and I don't mean to brag, but we've been streaming for 45 minutes, and Pixel's about to open the game. So I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good, right? Because I did everything, right? I opened our throne gift from Supernova. Thank you. I took my Malort shot. I'm going to wait a little bit before I take my rum shot. I really hope that the captions said what I really said. I opened up my Pokemon cards, gave the dogs treats, did our Pokemon, did my G Fuel. Okay, we should be good to open up the game. Let's see. It did say that I need a controller. And I have a controller right here. Chuck. What's up, Jam? But if I did miss anybody's messages, I'm so sorry. Please let me know. I'm a little helter-skelter today. I was telling my mods I was really worried that I was going to cancel stream today because I've been having some really bad anxiety. Starting since yesterday. Yesterday, my anxiety started out just really bad, and it's just been like getting like better and worse, better than worse. But like, so here's my level of anxiety, and then it's been really on that line. So I've been just been struggling, but it was one of those things where it's like, do I stream and risk it helping my anxiety because I always feel better when I stream? Jasper, can you not sit on mommy's new sticker book? I hope you guys heard that. Because that was really funny. Dumbass. Oh, you knocked over the Dead by Daylight game, too. Ugh, ruined everything. So do I attempt to get my anxiety better by streaming, because streaming always makes me feel better, or do I risk potentially making it worse, because sometimes something could just happen. But I already feel better, so thank you guys. Banger song? Thank you. It makes me think of Supernatural. Otaku! Think of the forehead Kyushu. What he do? He tries to step on... I still have a mess, right? Like, I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I have 5 G Fuel collector's boxes out that I need to put away. I have my Dead by Day board game. I have a bunch of paint. So I was painting last night because it helps my anxiety. So I was painting some stuff yesterday. And the DVD board game's on top of the paint, but, like, it's not, like, a flat surface, so he was on top of that. And the book was on top of that, and he stepped on the book, and the book was slippery and fell, and all over my liquor. That's right. He's just a silly little goofy goober. Oh, I have to change scenes, and I have to add Clair Obscur, and hopefully my PC doesn't blow up. I'm not sure. I gotta be honest, I don't even know what kind of game this is. Like, I don't know if it's like a combat game or a... Oh my fucking god, that's loud as shit, though. Hello. I'm awake. God, I'm awake. Okay, we're gonna turn that down a little bit. It's a turn-based RPG. Sweet. Okay. These are my settings if you guys want to see. I did remember to enable vertical inversion. All my graphics are on low. Here's all my graphics. So, and then I don't think I messed with anything else. The sound is really loud. How's the audio for you? But French. Oui. Is it? Oh, you know what? I think I've heard this on TikTok. Biblically accurate. I think I've heard this on TikTok. Oh, okay, let's control. Okay. Alright, so we're about to play Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the first time. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I didn't even know what kind of game it was. So, all I ask is that, you avoid telling spoilers to the best of your ability. If you guys are not sure what counts as a spoiler, I highly recommend you guys check that link. That link leads to an image that goes over what includes, but is not limited to, what could potentially count as a spoiler. And I'll go give you like a little TLDR. Things like, oh, you're gonna love this part. Oh, you're gonna hate this part. oh, you're gonna love this person. Oh, you're gonna hate this person. Don't worry, it gets better. Don't worry, it gets worse. Oh, here come the tears. Things like that. Like, any of those things are... People would argue with me, like, oh, but I didn't spoil the game. It's like, no, but those are spoilers, because you're not letting me have an organic, you know, experience. So, just take a moment, check out the image. It's very, very helpful. It's pretty intuitive. Very, very helpful. And I'm kind of gonna have like a no nonsense spoiler thing. If you guys come in and spoil, you're just gonna get banned. You know, Leanne's Moans is ready. So, foreshadowing. Yeah, foreshadowing is a huge thing that people don't think are spoilers, but like it is a spoiler. So, let us start with a new game. Oh, also let me know how the sound is, because the sound levels look okay, but it feels like really loud in my brain. Intended difficulty with challenging combat. Enemies deal normal damage, and mastering dodges and parries is encouraged but not mandatory. Recommend for players who enjoy turn-based games. I do enjoy turn-based games. We'll leave it like that. Yes, I want tutorials. Character customization and cutscenes. What? Allow the customization of characters to appear during in-game cinematics. Note some cinematic shots may look as intended, but it's fun. May not look as intended. Okay. Apply. I'll ban everyone! Rated E for everyone. Alright, everyone shut up. Oh! Perfect, Nier. Yeah. I'm gonna sit in my hands. Okay. Oh! My camera's freaking out. That's right. I'm expecting some loading issues. I'm sure it'll be fine when we're not in cutscenes. If I don't move, it doesn't look like I'm lagging. Oh, thanks, Panda. Hello? It is loading. I'm gonna give it a second. My PC's not great, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, Leanne's Moans put it in there for you, Ren. It was type expert. Yeah, thank you. It was that link. Thank you, Leanne's Moans. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, we might be loaded. Are we loaded? Or is my PC about to crash? It's one or the other. Whoa, everyone shut up. Okay, we should be good. No, it's Clair Obscur Expedition 33! That's it clearly says 34. Is that a metal hand? That looks like a metal hand. What's up, Stellar Bear? This is so fun. Shut up. Do not disturb the water.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve.
Is that God's favorite princess?
Hey, you said it, not me.
I can't tell.
The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead?
Looks like Robert
You could
Pattinson.
hit the paintress directly. That would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow.
And soon, we'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. So,
Yeah.
you still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamache?
You're asking me. I don't know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Could we what? Ooh! When does Astarion or Gale appear is crazy. But does that guy not look like Robert Pattinson? Oh, that's a... Yeah, I'm about to play. Whoa! Alright, Gustav, you don't have to whip around like that. Holy shit. Yeah, that's God's favorite princess. Ugh, I love being inverted. Ugh, look at this. Up is down, down is up. Yes, Gustav. Yes, good boy. Alright, do I need to pick this up? I do! A flower for Sophie. Take it. Yes. Yes, I would like to take it. What else can I take? Can I take... Oh. Game of the year, by the way. I just phased through... I just phased through this bench. Game of the year! I'm just joking. I'm just joking for the record. I'm not hating. I'm just being a bitch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is the voice actor for Shadowheart. Voice actress, excuse me. Jennifer English. That's her name, right? That's Charlie Cox. Who the fuck is Charlie Cox? Also, Stellar Bear. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 I kiss you. Daredevil. Oh, like a new... Is it a new Daredevil show? The only Daredevil that I know is Ben Affleck. I've never seen any other Daredevils. I'm so lame. Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Whoa!
I'll accompany you there.
Why are
Are
you
you
so
ready to see her again?
fast? Why? Why
Been
did she?
ready.
Was that canon? Why did she just like zoom the hell away from me? She just canonically, I don't know what this game is. Like, I don't know if people are superhuman. This guy looks like he's got like a robot hand or something. So I don't know. That was just like so. That was so. Really, Stellar? So that's just like a thing that happens in this game. She's just so fast. Okay, so I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing lately, and these are windflowers, and I have these in my town in Animal Crossing. I'm just saying. I just got a blue one today. I'm very happy about that. I'm loving this vid. Hi, Loki! Loki, I saw you in Sloth stream earlier. I wanted to say hi, but there was someone evil in that stream, so I didn't feel like talking in that stream. But I'm saying hi now. I would say hi, Salted Loki! Oh, also, I got my sticker book in. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Is that like a French meow? I'm sorry that I'm like compulsively stepping on these flower beds.
Don't tell your sister though. I
You are joking. I think you go faster.
the hooks from the Expedition Academy. Wish I had them when I was working as a courier.
Whoa! Holy. Okay, right trigger is. Whoa! Ew! Holy shite! Parkour! 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 Oh, sorry. There should be a there should be a gnome attached to that, by the way. Meow. Oh my god, that is so fast. This should be the okay, just saying, this should be the staple speed in every video game ever. If my character don't move at least this quickly, I don't want to play it. Just so you know. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, Loki, that says 300. They go to 300 stream streak. Alright, what are we doing? Grapple. I'm assuming it's that big blue thing. What the fudge? At 140. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Isn't that so sexy? Also, Leon's Most has also done their very first timeout, which has been very exciting. Really, Stellar? Oh my god, so, okay, so without anyone, like, saying, like, oh my god, here's the entire story of the game, because please don't spoil. But who here has played the game? 1's in chat if you've played the game. 2's in chat if you've seen someone play the game. 3's in chat if you've never played nor seen. I'm a 3. So 1 if you've played, 2 if you've seen, not played, and 3 if you've never seen. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, I was trying to dismiss this. 3. Oh, lots of 3s. Okay. You're a new game plus. There's a new game plus this. Okay. Holy. 1, okay. Few hours, okay. 6 or 7. Also, hi, Pad Gamer Chris. Welcome in. Alright, so... I like that. I like that. I like this. I like how fast I go.
Come on, Gustav, speed up a bit.
Lady, I'm trying.
Sophie will have already gamaged by the time you've arrived.
Okay, what is gomage and like, how do I gomage? You know what I mean? I have a happy hand with that command. Oh yeah, we did play it earlier, and I do have a.
She looks so much younger than you.
Oh, this is so pretty.
Thanks.
She's popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
Jennifer English, you're kind of mean in this video game.
I can imagine.
So you're just like your Baldur's Gate 3 character. Gotcha. Okay. We do have a pinned message as well. Yeah. This game is gorgeous. Also, reminder, I'm playing on low settings, by the way. And this is how nice the game looks. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't go past that. Okay, impenetrable force. Alright. I don't know where Jennifer English went. Jen! Over there? Oh, right here.
What?
You look tense.
Yeah, yeah.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
A tutorial!
No.
Come
Yes,
on,
Gustav.
I'm losing you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense. And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
All right, you're on.
Hey, go, hey, what's up, Painted Pants? I believe I can fly. It's gorgeous. On a topic, you look happier. Shinobi, that is a W compliment. Gustav, my beloved! Hi, Canary! Canary, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy.
Yes.
Yes, give me a tutorial. Do you wish to go through the battle tutorial during your duel? Yes. Yes, please. Panda Pants, that might be why I had so much anxiety yesterday and today. This is giving me Persona vibes. During your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume action points to use. You can gain action points by performing a base attack or parry. Okay. Timeline. Characters play turn by turn. The turn order is indicated in the timeline. And okay. Attack. Try attack and gain 1 attack point. Action point, attack point, attack. Select target. Deal more damage with overcharge. Charge Gustav's arm by dealing damage, dodging, and parrying. Enemy turn. Enemies usually perform 1 action per turn. You can defend during their attack. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. Male will now attack. No, I wanted a parry! During an enemy attack, dodge at the right time to avoid damage. Dodge at the last moment will trigger a perfect dodge. Press B to dodge. Ah! Wait, do it again. I didn't really get that. Skill wheel. The character's AP can be used to cast skills. Each character can have up to 6 equipped. Try to use a skill. Gustav's Overcharge. Gustav starts with 2 skills, Lumiere, Assault, and Overcharge. He can use attacks and skills to charge up his Overcharge meter and unleash a devastating blow with his Overcharge skill. Use Lumiere, Assault to gain charges. Deals 1 single target damage, 5 hits, uses weapons element. Critical hits. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa. Q to E's. Ah, fuck me. Pressing A at the right time will improve your skill's effects. Increase damage or added bonus effects. Achieve perfect timing to unleash even stronger effects. Oh, parry. Okay. During an enemy attack, you can also parry. Parry shares the same timing as perfect dodge, but is more difficult than regular dodge. Parrying removes 1 AP in addition to avoiding damage. Parrying every hit of an enemy attack triggers a powerful counter. Ha ha! Got shit on! Overcharge! Hold on. My L. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I love this game. Oh my god. So have you like completed it and everything? How are you doing, Panda Pants? Happy Friday. I've never played Paper Mario. Gustav's overcharge. Gustav's overcharge meter is full. Use the overcharge skill now to unleash a devastating blow.
For those who come up.
For those who come after, I get it now. You guys say that all the time. Oh, I killed her. Well, hopefully Jennifer English was okay being in just the tutorial.
You won. Now, don't you feel better?
Oh, she's all right. You guys are worried that we're gonna kill God's favorite princess.
All right. Now, let's go find Sophie. I saw her near the red and white tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's fine. No, we killed her. She's
the
whoa,
plaza
whoa, whoa.
is lively.
Oh, wait.
Why
No, it's
people like to
right here.
celebrate the gommage is still a mystery to me, but oh
I
well.
can't tell if gommage is sex or if gommage is bad. I can't tell. I guess
The
sex
red
could be
and
bad
white
too. Boy, do I
Always
know.
found
Have you
it
guys met my
easy.
ex? I'm
really
joking.
understand.
Beth! Mwah. Thank you for the 4A kiss you.
Broke up so long.
I'm happy it's Friday. Hell yeah. What do you guys
Really,
got planned for the
never got
weekend?
Why'd you wait until today
Oh,
to say
Panda
something?
Pants, I can't wait to see those.
A bit late, isn't it?
A bit light, isn't it?
Sophie's down there.
Oh, the big aura over there telling me to go over there?
Yeah,
Cool, thank you.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Gustav.
Good luck. I'll be here for you if things don't go as planned.
Legend of Dragoon. I've never played any of those. Not a single one. There's probably nothing I could like look at over here, right? There's like jump down. Press X to interact with the rope. What rope? Oh, your imaginary rope. Okay. The imaginary rope that's definitely not there. And it's just a beam of light. That is now. What game are we playing? What is this? Ooh! And haircut piercing? Okay, Shinobi. Oh, sorry, cutscene. I'll shut up. Hello, Sophie. My flower's bigger. Shh.
Could we talk?
Gustav, I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
That's what she said. That thing is so big. What are you compensating for?
You know,
I
I'm
miss you.
sorry. I
You
miss
don't need to. Okay.
You go.
You.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been, you know, I often think
I don't think often.
another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
Thanks for the follow.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. Your fighting. To change things. I understand. Just in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world. And you are the most stubborn person I know.
He's so cute.
Thank you.
Are we gonna like homage
To the
or?
harbour?
Yes.
Panda pants, mwah, Batarty, mwah. I'm a different person now? Okay. Alright. Oh, was that your wait, was that your 69? Oh my god, Jasper left cat hair everywhere. I watch playthroughs on YouTube to go to sleep, and while I sleep, I remember watching one of this game not very long ago. Okay, but have you played it before, or you've only watched one? I haven't watched or played. This is gonna be so fun in the background. I work on is it Tomodachi? I don't even know how to pronounce it. But thanks, Canary. I appreciate that. Also, I know I'm behind. Oh, the star in our Gale. Can you imagine? Freya! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. She just eye fucked him so hard. I think that's the gamouche that they're talking about. Hi, Eclipse. Well, your cat's long haired, right? Also, Eclipse. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. You could switch between characters. Can I do it right now? Oh. Photo mode. Wait, can I use this rope too? Or is that only for Magic Hand Man? Okay, only Magic Hand Man can use this magic rope. I am adorable. Do I get like a map? Oh, press in and left stick. Oh, what the fudge? Whoa! I know you're adorable. No, no. I'm alone till Sunday, so I was thinking of getting unreasonably high. Y'all wanna get high? Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Also, Eclipse, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Hello! Big, huge Omega streakers today. Can I look in the trash? Oh, a normal trash can. What happens if Gustav looks at it? It's just a trash can. Wait, does this say something different? Oh, I just don't know how to read. Cool, whatever. Unreasonably high when I'm done at work. How much longer do you have at work? Moose. This music is lovely. Okay, whoa. Chill. So many flowers left. Oh, I guess there are not enough people to wear them anymore. Oh, that's sad. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Now what happens if he talks to it? Oh, same thing. Okay. I was just curious if they had, like, different thoughts on stuff. Hello, lady.
Hi, Sophie.
Hello.
So Gustav really did come, huh?
He's literally right behind me.
Yeah, he did.
Open your
I knew
eyes,
he would.
Tiffany. Shh, he might hear us.
Shh. He might hear us.
He's literally right there. Yes! Everyone say, W. Leon's moans. Pew, 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 pew. Careful, she might ban you. I love waking up from being super high and finding out that I did a great job cleaning my house and also probably baked myself a snack for the next day. I love that for you. W. Omega. You guys are so hot. You're a lucky
I
one.
know that.
Me.
But he is too.
Loki, I'm gonna crash out. Have you ever floated or tried sugar-free G Fuel? Oh, the hydration stuff? Wait, no. That's caffeine-free. Well, wait, are you talking about the caffeine-free or the sugar-free? Because technically they're all sugar-free, but every G Fuel is flavored with sucralose. So technically, there's sucralose in there, but it's all sugar-free. It's just like a fake sugar. You know what I mean? So all G Fuel is sugar-free. Yeah. But if you're talking about caffeine-free, yes. I love the hydration. A lot. They just don't have many flavors anymore.
Looks like you still have a lot of flowers left.
Well, there are less and less people to buy them.
Yeah, we already know that, game.
I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
What does it mean?
Tiffany.
Am I about to get, like, sacrificed or something? Oh, sweeteners. Thank you. Artificial sweetener. Thank you.
I should finish cleaning up here and join everyone at the harbor.
Also, I'm asking rhetorically. Don't tell me what this means. Because I'm sure I'm going to figure it. I'm sure I'll find out.
See you.
I'm thinking I'm about to get sacrificed, though. Oh, wait. What happens if I talk to you now? Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
See you. See you.
Oh. Oh, okay.
See you. See you.
Okay. I'm about to sneeze. It's all the flowers around. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm getting allergies from all the petals.
I'm fine.
Yeah, if I ask a question, okay.
I'm
So
fine.
we're gonna do.
I've lived 33 good years. Look around. We've had our whole lives to prepare. We're all fine. Mostly.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
They're gonna get sacrificed. Gesundheit, thank you. Danke. So I'm gonna tell you guys the same thing I told you guys when we were playing Resident Evil Requiem. We're gonna play a game called Pixel Says. Can also be taken as Simon Says, or if you guys are Call of Duty fans, Swiftor Says. If Pixel says chat, Pixel says chat, like, and I quote, Pixel says chat, what do I do here? That is me asking chat, what do I do here? Now, if I'm asking to the video game, am I about to get sacrificed? Do not answer that, because I am, como se dice, narrating. I am just narrating my video game playing. Oh, this is fun. Oh, you're playing too, Gustav. Oh, okay, Gustav. Yeah, okay, join. Let's dance. Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks. Anywho. Yeah, exactly. And I love guessing. I love guessing because I want to see, like, no, stretch. Me too. The dizziness, I find me. Sacrificed. Sacrificed. But yeah, so if Pixel, I'm Pixel, needs help, I will be like, Pixel says chat. Do they have a peach face flavor? Yes, they have it in hydration and they caffeine free, and they do have a lot of peach flavors as well. There's the website if you wanted to see. Also, you can use code KITTEN for 30% off. Oh, really, Clips? That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, Panda Pants! What's your interesting fact? I got you, Fighter. Yeah. I want to eventually get the hydration. Oh, without the caffeine. The lemon lime light is my favorite. But now they brought back lemon lime. So now I have lemon lime in hydration and caffeination. Sonic P-Treens is so goated. Why can I talk to you? Oh, Blue Blommer Blushy is so good. Sorry, I thought I could interact with that. Hold on, chat. Loki, do you mind? And it's okay if you don't. I was curious because I know you found out. Do you mind taking that request, por favor? Sure? Cool, thank you. Keep us posted. Also, thank you, Leon's Bones. Sorry, I keep sniffling. I just sneezed. I'm so sorry. Gross! I know. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, chat. Okay. The guy who did the music, the devs found him in SoundCloud. You think it was someone? I think he was someone who did video game covers. Shut up. So you never know, right? Yeah, there's a lot of peach. If you need any recommendations, let us know. I've been drinking G Fuel since 2012. Okay, there's a lot of people here. How are you not out of flowers? Sell flowers to all these people. None of these people have flowers. Oh, this person has a flower. Willie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Also, what's up, Jesus? Bonjour. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? I'm just joking, sorry. I listen to it daily. Shut up. That was me with the Halo soundtrack when I was in high school. I used to listen to it during my cross-country races. People have gathered here on their way to the harbor, reuniting one last time. Oh, I forgot I could run. I'm thinking there's really not much exploring that I can do right now. What the fudge? What the fudge is that? That is a very weird shaped thing. Shut up, Jasper. Shut up.
Gestural costume is the best.
Gestural?
Hey, madame, do you think the gestrals really exist?
I don't believe in ghosts, so
I'm afraid
Halo
they're just
soundtrack.
Fairy tales.
This game's music I love to listen to while I write. I could see that. It's very just like up tempo, but like relaxed at the same time. You know?
Prove it. You can't, can you?
Prove that they're real. You can't, can you?
One day, I will meet one,
How does he see out of it?
even if it means joining an expedition. I'll raise a gestural army and we'll crush the paintress. And me and my little brother
Sonic
will do
patrons!
gestural, and they'll
Sonic
be
patrons
our
is so
new
good.
family.
What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Friday.
We're tired of the orphanage.
Oh,
If the
okay.
legends are true, they really like to fight. And that's why I'm training every day by beating up my little brother.
Sounds like my older brother.
That's... yeah. You would make a great gestural.
That sounds like something a non-sibling child would say.
Thanks.
You know what I mean? D. Pickle! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Haku! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. An only child is what I meant to say. She's clearly an only child. Only an only child would say something like that. Okay, can your skirt stop moving like that, lady? Free guitar. Oh, I didn't think I could talk to you.
What a lovely smell.
What's up, dick? Get it? What a
Thank
lovely
you, Richard.
smell. You don't just say that to people.
I could recognize it from miles away. It's good you're here, Sophie. I have a favor to ask of you.
Anything for my
Is he
beloved
blind?
sewing teacher?
Or are his eyes like really fair?
The same cohort. Today is my gamage, and my son and I had a fight last night.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go fetch your
He said he
child.
wants to join the expedition. He wants to waste the last year of his
Mm-hmm.
life. I didn't want that for him. I used to think it was a bad choice. Today I no longer do. I know I made a mistake. I tried to impose my views on him when he is much braver than I will ever be. So I sewed a special uniform for him. That's my last gift. Could you bring it to him?
Of course. I'll bring it to Jules.
He won't join the Gamage ceremony, but he will be at the Expedition Festival tonight for sure. Oh, but you...
Don't worry. I'll ask Gustav.
Gustav, are you back together?
For this moment. Maybe.
I'm glad. He's a good person.
Yes, he is.
Thanks to both of you. And see you.
See you.
Be seeing you. John Wick, am I right? I just started, Emily, yeah. I gotta play this game again. I didn't interact at all. Wait, interact, like, with people? This is, wait, is this Jake Gyllenhaal's face? Is that what you're saying? Or is this Jake Gyllenhaal's voice? How much do you know? Nothing. Exclamation point spoilers. If you guys want to know what counts as spoilers. I'm gonna tell you guys, everything's gonna count as a spoiler.
Hey, you.
I don't know nothing.
You seem like a woman with exquisite taste.
I love your flower, so actually know you. What the fudge? Yup, yup! Yup, yup, thank you for the tier 3 sub for 4. Count them. 4 months, enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110
Hello,
emotes.
Pixboo love.
Ad-free view and your sub badge. What's up, K9? K9, enjoy your weekend, my friend. Oh, yup, yup. Yup, yup. Do you want a cat or a dog for my wall? Cat or dog? Cat, dog. Bonjour, bonjour, Wheels Army. Oh, you know what? While we're taking a moment, let me take my shot for cat. For cat. And I just assumed he was blind, but I don't know. His eyes are very, like, fair. And then he mentioned smelling. Cat. Mikatika. A dance, 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 and a dance, dance, dance. I got you. Cat dog. Wheels Army. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, so this is for the Ko-Fi. Yup, cat. So, what's happening? What? Oh, hey, Dwayne! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to Nay Chili's, Dutchy Cat, Kunamachi, SB Vales, Sir Constant, Palapato, Necromorph, Alpha Phantom, Thicky Nicky, Lard Sniffa. Everyone who just got gifted a sub, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes you reviewed at your sub badge, Dwayne. Mwah. Also, Dwayne, enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. Anyone who manually resubs or gifts a sub gets an Expedition 33 Twitch badge. So, what the fudge? Enjoy! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Also, I'm gonna need either a cat or a dog from you. And this is a junk stream. It wasn't supposed to be, but I'm doing shots whenever people are really, really nice and generous. And we're about to have to do another one. Dwayne, I'm gonna need to know vodka, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, or rum. You can't take my cats. Do you want me to make you a cat? Or do you want a dog?
Hello?
Mama! Yeah, cat? Okay. I got you. Mama! Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Barco! Barco! Enjoy your 90. Okay. Okay, Loki, let me know if I can help in any way. W Mama. And Mama, enjoy your Expedition 33. Thank you so much, Loki, for taking care of that. Badge get. Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go. Got me a badge.
Emily, let's go! Yo!
All by yourself, handsome?
I forgot that was my alert.
Somewhere deep inside of these bones, an empty
You guys are gonna make my PC crash. You guys are gonna make my PC crash. What the fudge?
They're far from my home,
my god, another moose got gifted a sub. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to Jessica Skaggs, aka Nanika, Teddy Bear Tails, Merle Interrupted, Sir Jazz, and Hypest Moose. Also, Dwayne, I'm gonna need to know. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? What is actually happening right now? Supernova, thank you for the 69 bits. Emily, thank you for the 3 months. Awesome boy. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Emily, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the actual heckies? And don't say W tequila. L tequila. L. Yup, yup. Yup. Underscore, underscore. Yup. Underscore, underscore. You choose for me? We only have 1 yellow. So we're doing yellow. Because there's only 1 yellow this month. W tequila? Guys, I need everyone to type L tequila in chat. L tequila. Not E-L. Like, not like an Espanol. L. As in L tequila. Bubba! Bubba, thank you for giving this up to D-Pickle. D-Pickle, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Bubba! Enjoy your Expedition 33 badge. That gives me double vision quicker. James Dean. Damn it. Sorry. Games Dean. Exactly. W tequila is crazy. Tequila! Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Is that a really good number? Good. Keep your number. Keep your bits. A tequila day keeps a panda on the floor. That's actually super funny. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have Anonymous follows on. But I do see you, and I do appreciate you very, very much. Welcome in. I'm gonna give you little feet. You're gonna get cute little feet. Yep, yep, little pedicure. What kind of face do I want to give you? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Okay. I don't think we've done this. This is gonna be cute, right? Oh. That's Dr. Professor Mr.
Why not?
Cat. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. What is happening? Dwayne, I do need to know what was the number that you had that was funny that you just ruined now. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I am gonna end stream. I'm literally gonna end stream. I need you guys to know that I'm gonna cry. You guys have to stop. What is happening? Thank you so much. Oh, you have 69 in your bits. Okay. Thank you guys so much. I don't know what to say. You guys are telling me that this game is gonna make me cry. You guys are gonna make me cry. Oh,
It's not by yourself, handsome.
It's not by yourself, handsome. Dingos, how has your birthday week been? Oh, I love him. He's gonna get a little pocket protector too because he's a freaking nerd and I love him. Oh my god, Dingos, think of it 69 bits! We're gonna cry for 1,000 bits. I'm gonna cry because people have been very, very nice to me this week. And I've had a very, very rough month. A very, very rough month. And people are being really nice. Is that a Ray Narvaez Jr. emote? Hello? Bravo Penguin. Bravo Penguin, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan Kenobi? Thank you so much. What the heck? He has a 6-7 emote? He would have a 6-7 emote. Eucalyptus! Oh my god, it's Tina's husband! That's very funny. I have slept so much, I get to sleep more tomorrow! Oh, yippee! Speaking of yippee, yup, I hope you enjoy your nerd cat. I think he's adorable, and I hope you love him too. Loki, are we good? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Loki. It's Tina's husband, so funny. Thank you guys very much for the level 6 hype train.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
You deserve it all, Pixel. You make us
I'm
all
gonna
feel
cry.
included and happy.
Dwayne, thank you for another 100 bits. Stop that right now. What is this emote that's so cute? Wait, did you get that for the hype train, Bravo Penguin? That is so cute. Do I have it? I do. Yippee! That is such a cute emote. It kind of makes me think of like, it looks like a Feng Min, you know? You can't see it on mobile. Oh, really? L mobile, am I right, guys? Thank you guys very much. Demi? Thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge, and your Twitch badge of Expedition 33. What is happening? What is happening? An ad is starting in a couple seconds, by the way. And the first time sub is crazy. I'm getting chills. They're multiplying, and I'm losing control. Oh, bet. Okay. Thank you, Loki. Oh, that's right. You know, I think it's better to err on the side of caution, right? And like you said, you know, we got to figure it out. And I'm losing control. Dwayne the Ginger. Are they all capitals? Dwayne the Ginger. Cool. Are you actually a ginger? No, I know what that alert means. I know how much that alert costs, Games Dean. What is happening? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. People are being really, really nice to me right now. I'm gonna start throwing hands. Oh my god. What if I did? What if I just beat up my webcam right now? I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Wait, Dwayne, did you pick a liquor for me? Or did you say your choice? Oh no, you said your choice for the sticker. Hi, Danny! Danny. Mwah. Extra forehead kisses for you. So sorry about all that, but I'm glad we got it all figured out. I have never been questioned about my gingerness. You know what? I never had anyone question me about being autistic. But you want to hear something funny? Except for one time. There was one time that someone be like, someone came into stream and was like, I hate when people say that they're autistic when, like, clearly they're doing it for clout. First of all, I would love to know, what clout do you fucking get? Yeah, you get it! Yeah, Demi! It was a whole thing. It was just like, this person was like, acting autistic person. I hate when people fake their autism. I'm just like, there is literally 0 benefits I get in my life for faking my autism. There's no such thing. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a such thing, but not for me. Supernova, I don't get it. Mystic, enjoy your expedition badge. Also, Haku, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Marta, thank you for the 4 kiss. Oh my god, thank you so much for lurking while driving. Do not Twitch and drive, my friends. No Twitch, no drive. Run out of room. Yeah, it was the whole thing. I have a question about that too. I showed them my behavioral therapist notes and results, and then they're like, I'm so sorry. Oh man. Man, people just like are just the weirdest people in the world. I don't know. That's right. Oh, you're gonna get a little pedicure too, Dwayne. Alright, what kind of cat am I gonna do for you? Oh, I know! Okay. Shut up. No, Jasper! Oh, okay. I gotta make sure he doesn't jump on my desk or I'm gonna have like a BF. And that means a bitch fit. Shout out to white chicks. Not like to white chicks in general, but like the movie White Chicks. You know what I mean? What is happening? Extinct. Thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. What is happening? Enjoy your 90. Count. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. Extinct on the same way. Also, I'm going to start sharing in the Twitch channel, the Discord, Twitch badges. So if anyone is curious, I added the Final Fantasy Twitch badge information in the Discord, in Twitch chat. Oh, okay, this is super cute. I really like this one. Whee! Thank you so much. No, Dwayne, same. It does kind of work out too because was one of Terry Crews' best roles. And I need you. You know what I mean? Dwayne, here's a vampire kitty. I want to suck your titties. Is what I would say to someone with titties. I'm sorry, that was weird. I've had 2 shots. Leave me alone. Can't reach my wall. Nailed it. Guys, we're running out of room. Yay! So, WChat, W community, I have not been spoilered once today. I've been spoiled, but I have not been spoilered, if you know what I mean. I gotta turn my fan up because I'm literally, like, sweating my dick off right now. I'm so hot. This hat is making me so hot right now. I'm just gonna do a really quick thank yous really quickly. Extinct, thank you for the sub. Mystic, thank you for the gifted sub. Games Dean, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Demi, thank you for the sub. Dwayne, thank you for the 100 bits. Bravo Peggo, thank you for the gifted sub. Jago, thank you for the 69 bits. Dwayne, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Bubba, thank you for the gifted sub. Dwayne, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Emily, thank you for the resub. Supernova, thank you for the 69 bits. Hey Mama J, thank you for gifting a sub. Dwayne, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And yup, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Not the big pixel peepee. Wait. Who's got the peepee of the day? I saw we had a 30... I saw we had a 30-something inches earlier. So I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I know that if I was born a guy, I know. And there's no shame in it, okay? I know that if I was born a guy, I know I would have a tiny pee-pee. And I need you guys to know. Any tiny pee-pee havers out there, it's not about the size, it's how you use it. So, something about me. I've never said this before, but you'll never catch me making, like, tiny pee-pee jokes. Like, I hate the insults where... Because I'm all about, like, body positivity, right? I'm sorry. I'm about to get on... Guys, I'm getting on my high horse. I'm so sorry, but I really want to say this. I hate when people say this has tiny pee-pee energy because I feel like people, they have tiny pee-pees, that doesn't make them bad people, and it doesn't make them bad lovers. And I don't know. You'll never catch me saying, like, oh, that's a tiny pee-pee energy, or oh, they have a tiny pee-pee, or something like that. Because, I don't know, that's like making fun of someone for having, like, small tits, or lopsided boobies, or lopsided balls, which everyone has lopsided boobies and balls. But, like, I don't know, if you can't fix that thing physically in, like, 5 seconds, like, if you have something in your teeth, tell them, right? But if you can't... Whoa, Jasper, shut up! What is happening? Boo, go lay down. But if there's something that, like, someone can't fix in, like, 5 seconds, you know, you're not gonna comment on it that physically, right? I don't know. If they're stinky, you can make fun of them, because that's something they can fix. But wait, who has the biggest penis? Wait, who's got the... You have unwashed... See, I like that, Danny. You have unwashed balls energy. Also, Shinobi, thank you for the 69 bits, ayo. I like that one. You look like you don't clean yourself. Wait, so, Bravo Penguin stole it by 2 inches. Okay, thief. You had 55 at the beginning? Oh. Well, I have 3. Oh, or half of a ball. Lil Gon. Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. Don't even make started. My ex never washed his feet because... And he had nasty feet. His feet were disgusting. And I told him, it's like, you need to wash your feet. He goes, no, they get washed in the shower. I was like, no, they don't. Like, you're washing, in the shower, you're washing dirt off yourself. So the water that's on the floor is dirty water. You need to actually, like, scrub your feet in order to clean your feet. And he never cleaned his feet, and he had the nastiest, disgusting feet. He was the most disgusting person. Oh, my God. And that's why he's an ex. Anywho. Dwayne, I'm gonna get your other kitty cat. Sorry. I've been distracted a lot today. I'm sorry. But yeah. All the love to everybody who's got big peepees or tiny peepees. I'm an equal opportunity penis hater, so. I hate all your penises evenly. I know. Dwayne, he was gross. But that thing, yeah, his shoes were so stinky too. Hey, so hair is different, like, on every person. I'll as long as you don't stink, I don't care how often you wash your hair. Lance wants what? Yeah, it was really gross, Shinobi. He was a gross boy. He never washed his hands either, and he was a smoker. I hate my pee-pee too. That's why I have strap-ons. Because you can pick what you're in the mood for. Alright, so what are we going to do for this pussycat? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I know what we're going to do. Aww. That's so cute. I like it. Bum, 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 bum. Is my fan really loud? Is it, like, disturbing? Or you guys, like, don't really notice it? You're a sleepy kitty. Oh, okay. That looks, like, weird, but those are Z's. Like, he's sleeping. Why are we having this convo again? Oh, about how he never washes hands after smoking? Or not washing your feet in the shower? Because people need to know that they need to wash their feet in the shower. That sweats through it or sweats worse when I have it on. Like, how does that make sense? Oh, really? I think that depends on, like, certain... I think certain deodorants, like, make you sweatier. Isn't that weird, right? Shinobi, thank you for the 26 bits! Oh, Dwayne. Oh, he's a sleepy kitty. He's a very cute kitty. Also, I'm so sorry. What shot did you want me to take, by the way? What shot did you want me to take? Whoa, 98% brat? It's because you have the sword. The sword makes you brattier. It's true, right, mods? I have vodka, Malort, Pink Whitney, tequila, 67! Okay, okay. And rum. 78? That's pretty good. Guys, put your 67 emotes in chat. And then after I take the shot, we'll go back to the game, I promise. I promise. 90% bratty. Holy shite! I use... Oh, it's right here. I use Old Spice antiperspirant. I keep a deodorant, a chapstick, a nail file, and a cuticle clipper in every floor of my house. The sword usually makes you brighter, but some mods steal the brat from other mods, and then you get super low. Oh, so it's like sharing the brain cell. You take what you like to drink. I'll take a shot of 99. What flavor 99? We'll do Malort again. Because I'm not going to take tequila if I can do it. If I can avoid it, I'm not going to be taking tequila. Ooh, apple. So, okay, question for anyone who's had the 99 liqueurs. The 99 liquors, which are, like, super gross, by the way. But they're super Shut up. They're super alcoholic, so I love them. What do you guys think of the banana? What do you guys think of the banana? Oh, and then also, follow-up question for anyone who doesn't drink or just doesn't like to drink. Banana Laffy Taffies. Yay or nay? I am a huge fan of anything artificial banana. Oh, and regular bananas, too. Like, I love bananas. Really? Bravo! I'm so sorry. Really? See, a lot of people really do not like 99 bananas. And a lot of people don't like banana Laffy Taffies, but you do. I love banana Laffy Taffies. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is a safe space for me then. Cool. I gotta get back to drinking again. I don't eat too much candy. Oh, really? Laffy Taffy I'll always eat? Yeah. Banana flavor, yeah. Weirdly sick, but also gets me going. The 99 bananas are like banana bananas. Also, salud. Okay, for any of my en français speakers in here, whether you're Canadian or French, how do you say, like, cheers en français? Because what, salud is Espanol, no? L'chaim, wasn't that Jewish? Shh. Shut up! And then there's cheers. What's cheers in other languages? I like banana. I like banana too. Oh, do your thing, Escape. Oh my god. Please take care of yourself. Get your post-work self-care. Obi, enjoy your gifted subby. Skol. Skol. What's that? Russian, right? Skol. I knew that one. Sante. What's that? What language is that? Hi, Dragon Set of Plays. Dragon Set of Plays. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. See, if I've missed anyone's message, I'm so sorry. 15%? Oh, so it was delicious. Votre Sante. What is that? Oh, Scandinavian? Is Skol? I'm Scandinavian. Fun fact. I am Scandinavian. Oh, it's health. To your health. That's beautiful. Also, W poll. Who made that? Who made that? What? Yay, nay, burnt all of them. Never had them. Good poll. Oh, it's gotta be watermelon. Fuck yeah. Bravo, did you do that? Moose, what are you saying? What are you saying? Alright. Votre Sante. Oui. Yummy. Ugh. Oh, really? W Scandinavia. I'm mostly Bohemian / Czechoslovakian. I'm basically aggressively white European. Close your eyes and point to a white European country, and I'm part of that. D to the E to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S. I was trying to do a Bruce Almighty, and that didn't really work out. Oh, okay, Bravo. Bravo, what energy drink are you drinking? Votre Sante is only French I know because my swashbuckler rogue was a French pirate. I love that. I'm going to have to remember that. Someone's going to have to remind me. Votre Sante. Am I saying that right? Votre Sante. I took French in high school, so my French tongue is a little rough. I'm aggressively UK with a little bit of Dutch. Oh, I have Pennsylvania Dutch. Like Fergie's song. Oh, I'd have to listen to that. I don't know. I probably have heard of it. All of you saying yes, a banana laughing taffy wrong. Grab a penguin. What do you say? More or less, right? It's probably just like really bastardized white. Like this is like it's clearly like a white American saying it, right? Votre Sante. And I'm also learning Scottish Gaelic right now, and trying to get the pronunciation between English, the little bit of French that I know, and some of the words really remind me of French and Scottish Gaelic, and then trying to get the pronunciation for Scottish Gaelic. I probably have the weirdest fucking accent. It's really bad, but I'm learning. I'm day like 106 streak or something. I don't know Scottish Gaelic, but I am learning it. I just learned how to say cat, dog, cow, mouse, lunanuk. Duck is tunuk. Hakat agus ku agam. That means I have a cat and a dog. Watching Sea Dog BA speak fluent Welsh? Shut up! I didn't know that. Okay. As much as I'm loving this conversation, shout out to all 6 of you guys that like Banana Laffy Taffy. Shout out to Bravo Penguin who voted for burn all of them. Blue too cute. We're gonna go back to the game. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. Thank you guys so much for just being here. Thank you, Jas, for being here. Jasper, you want to say hello? I don't know what his problem is. Guys, do you mind if I give him a treat? He's been kind of a good boy. Kinda. Welsh is cool from afar. As long as you don't have to do it, right? Do you want it or not? Did you just spin? Did you just spin? Can I teach you that? We're gonna teach him a treat. Yes! Little gun, I did get that. That's actually the badge. Spin, 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 spin. That's actually the badge that I put. Me too, little gun. That's the badge that I put in the Discord. I'm gonna start putting any Twitch badge that I see that is available for people. I'm gonna start putting it in the Twitch channel in the Discord. All right, Jasper, spin, spin. Oh, close. Spin. Oh, good boy. That one wasn't as good. Be right back. Oh, God. That one wasn't as good, but he did really good that first one, so I think he deserves that treat. But now there's cat treat crummies all over my fingers. I hate it. Good boy. All right, we're getting back to the game. Sorry, it took me like 25 years, but you know what? That's a pixel stream for you. Good Joopy!
Oh, hi.
Joopy, I want you to know that I've had two shots of Malort today. And where the fuck have you been? Where are you taking the shots of Malort, huh? I'm joking. Do I need to send you a bottle? Joopy, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 19 months. Every time I take a shot of Malort, Joopy gets a pair of wings. Oh, not like dead. I'm sorry. I just took a shot. Leave me alone. I'm sorry. Are you kidding? Dwayne, I love Twitch badges. What kind of moonshine? Like just regular moonshine or like a specifically flavored moonshine? I'm sorry, Joopy. I'm fucking weird. You're so hot. What? So anyways, I'm playing anytime. Oh, equal opportunity. What about pickle moonshine? I've had that before. That was gross. We're playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the first time. I'm like 2 minutes into the game, and we are 2 hours into the stream. So that sounds pretty par for the course. I've never seen Invincible. While lightning shine is crazy. White lightning shine. What the fudge is that? But Joopy, I hope you're doing so good. And if you ever need Malort, let me know. Okay. What are we doing? You seem like a woman with exquisite taste.
I just finished my sculpture of the legendary Esquier.
I need to watch Off Topic. I didn't really watch Off Topic, Moose. Wait, what's the new podcast that Jeff has and everyone else has? What's it called again? I can't remember. Oh! Without internet and cable concept, apparently this is not an uncommon occurrence. Makes me think Verizon has nut-flavored cables. What? Regulation. Thank you. You're so hot for that. Is your internet okay? It's been about 4 years since I've had some, but tequila, on the other hand, I had that last, keep your tequila. But I was too lazy to drive to it, so I got Tito's at the closer one the other day. Hell yeah. Actually, hell no. I hate tequila, so hell yeah for you. Pure shine, no added flavors. Okay. Compare it to, oh, what's that one liquor? Oh, what's that one liquor? I used to put it in my tuba when I went to school in Montana. Everclear. Compare it to Everclear for me. So, Dwayne, okay, get out of my head. Hi, kitty cat gals. Shadowhawk. Whenever I drink tequila, I think of you and Rootsy. Oh, it's vodka. Tito's is vodka? Where the fuck have I been? I used to work in a liquor store. You're drinking tequila right now? What kind of tequila? Hi, kitty cat gals. So, Kitty Cat Kells, I saw you post that on TikTok. Meow. Like, it's been stuck in my head because I love that cat opera. Unironically, I love it. It's so good. Let me go to like yeah, a meow opera. Meow. So good. I would do it. I would star in a cat opera. But just as strong and sickening. So, fun fact, I went to college in Montana. And for anyone who doesn't live in America, Montana is pretty northern, so it's really cold. And I played a tuba. And for any of my friends in here that are not nerds, it's one of those big, bloom, 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 like big bass instruments. And instruments tend to freeze in cold weather. And during football season, in our college football season, we would have to mix our valve fluid with Everclear. and put it in our instruments. And we'd literally all be taking shots of Everclear while simultaneously, and I was totally of legal drinking age, and we'd be putting it in our instruments too, so it'd be like 1 foot are you, 1 foot are me, and like our instruments would still freeze. It was so bad. It would be like negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I know! Me too, Dwayne! Dwayne, are we the same person? I play sousaphone too! I also did the, we did sousaphone, but we also did the cannons too. Like 35 fucking pounds. That's why I have back problems. Because I did 35, yeah, we did shots of everything. I really did. We had like the tuba cannons, which were just like the marching tubas, but not sousaphones. But we eventually had sousaphones, but we mostly used the marching cannons. Yeah, my back's all messed up because of that. The sousaphones are great because at least like the weight was kind of spread out around your body because it like wrapped around you, had the big old like horn on the end. Yeah, that's why I walk in circles. That's why I'm like fucking Gollum, you know? Yeah, Emily? I know. All music fucking majors are big drinkers. No, you can't fool me. That's so funny. I'm so sorry, guys. I cannot stop yapping. You guys, I'm sorry. I love music. I love band. There's one thing in this entire world that I've ever felt confident in and never felt like good or talented in, and it's playing music and playing tuba. And one of my favorite solos that I ever did for a competition was Carmen. Carmen, the opera. Not the dun 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 dun, but I did do that part. I did play that on a tuba. So that's why that's one of the reasons why I love Five Nights at Freddy's so much, because they play Carmen, and Carmen's my favorite opera. And I played that as a tuba solo in college, and there's a video of it somewhere. I have no clue where it is. Please do it, Dwayne! And you know what? I'll find one too. I'll find an old one. I have short blue hair though, so you won't recognize me. And I was really skinny, so you'll definitely won't recognize me, but I'll find one. Melee! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Electric bass, shut up. I dated a drummer in high school. He was like really fucking good. Like one competition's good. This kid was insane. I say kid, but I was also a kid. You had a huge ginger beer? In high school? Jesus Christ. You still have recorded? I still have my trombone. I started off as trombone and I taught myself how to play tuba. That's awesome. I always wanted to learn bass. I always wanted to learn bass guitar. Never did though. I like learned the scales on an acoustic guitar before, and my fingers couldn't finger. And I'm that kind of tism and ADHD, because I'm autistic ADHD, where if I'm not instantly perfect at something, I give up on it. And so I gave up on acoustic guitar very quickly, but I kept on tuba because I was actually pretty good at that. Same, yeah. Raise your hand if you are a perfectionist, neurotypical. It's weird. Anyways, I'm sorry. I literally can't stop talking to you guys. Can you guys stop being so cute and tall and talented and handsome for like 10 seconds when we play this fucking game?
This may be my life's finest work.
I still have no clue what this game is about.
Not a single soul seems to care.
Oh, can I turn auto on? I'm turning auto on.
Make it better.
Maybe sculpt something more menacing, like a Nevron. Perhaps you could paint. No, don't add color. Yeah, Nevron.
Maybe sculpt something more menacing.
Whatever Nevron is.
Like a Nevron.
I see. Something that induces fear.
Okay.
To attract
Welcome back,
attention.
Shadow.
Brilliant.
I do love yapping.
I knew you were the right person to ask. Thank you for your insight.
You're most welcome.
I like
I shall
Otto.
get to
Otto's
work
great.
tomorrow. I see you're wearing flowers.
Against my will.
What's your name?
Sophie.
Sophie. As a thank you, I shall chisel your name onto the statue.
It's Sophie with a Y.
But I will.
That's so cute. Aww. Immortalized. Yeah, I'm a big yapper, and I hope people know that even though this is I'm sure this is a very story-heavy game, that, shut up. I'm gonna be yapping a lot. I love yapping, and I haven't had it for years, but when I first started streaming, like, I think pre-partner, I'd have people, I'd be playing, like, some sort of story game, and I think it's, like, the Walking Dead Telltale game or something like that. Like, people would be like, can you just shut up and, like, keep playing the game? And it's like, if you want to watch a gameplay playthrough, go to YouTube. But if you want to have that, like, that personal, that community or things like that, go to a live stream. You know what I mean? Another Ginger! Hey! One-handed Ginger! Ginger, I hope you're doing so good. Her eyes out when she plays this game. Ginger, have you got your letter yet? Or are you still waiting? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Stellar. You get it. Not yet? Okay, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. I know USPS can be a bear, but it's no longer in my hands anymore, so hopefully you get it soon. I hope you like it. Oh. Alright, I think I'm supposed to go to a harbor. An arbor. Oh, wait, am I supposed to deliver or something? Hold on. You look important.
The scintillating Sophie.
Scintillating Sophie. Okay, my husband's like right behind me.
Need some help with your writing again?
No, don't cry.
And perceptive, per usual. See, I'm preparing the headline for tomorrow, and who could write it better than someone who celebrates her special day today?
True. So, what will the article be about?
Actually...
Hello?
You don't know.
Oh, well...
Joopy, what the fudge? Joopy! Did I get this up to Stellar Bear? Stellar Bear, enjoy your 90... Count them. 90 emotes you add for your view it, add your sub badge. And Joopy, enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. Yeah. As long as you don't tell me things. Because, like, spoilers include, but are not included with, you're gonna love this part. You're gonna hate this part. Oh, here come the tears. Like, things like that, those are all spoilers. So as long as you don't, like, do that. Oh, have a good night, Shinobi! Everyone say good night, True Shinobi. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the bits. You're so sweet. Say good night, True Shinobi. I hope you have a really good weekend. I follow other chatty people on... Yeah, I'm such a big yapper. Well, Shadow, I saw you using Dream Warriors emotes, and he's a big yapper. I literally tell people that Dream Warrior is like the guy version of me. And every time I say this, I tell Dream Warrior, it's like, God, I hope he doesn't take offense to this, because we're big yappers. You know what I mean? Oh, you're so hot and talented and handsome. Yeah, I love Dream Warrior very much. He's just an incredible person. And a huge inspiration to me as well. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, okay.
You really are lazy.
Help me again, Sophie, please. Boss will kill me.
You're so needy.
Sure. Let me think of a headline.
The pale sun ascends over the crimson blossoms. Expedition 33 shall be the destined journey. Cyril really needs to take his job seriously. Guys, do I be a bitch? It was 100% that's why I had 0 variant story. Perfect. No, I haven't had a drink yet. Maybe you're getting the fumes off me. I've had 3 shots so far. 3 shots in 2 hours. Yes! I kind of want to be a little bit bitchy.
Cyril really needs to take his job seriously.
Good girl.
Oh, come on. I really need your help.
Oh, what? The pale sun ascends over the crimson blossoms. Expedition 33 shall be the destined journey. Let's do that one.
Expedition 33 shall be the destined journey.
Headline about the expedition. It's bold.
I don't know. I don't know what this game is about.
Nobody cares about them anymore after their constant failures. But that would make a wonderful underdog story.
Yo, what kind of gunners are you wearing?
Now I'm inspired. You really are a divine being, Sophie.
Don't forget to credit me.
I would never. Thank you for all these times.
It's always been a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follow sound, but I see you, and I appreciate you. You had 2 shots of 99. You're already feeling it? I'm sure as shit fuck you are. 99. Okay, what's the alcohol content on? Is it like it's not 99% alcohol, but it's like 99 proof, right? What's the percentage in alcohol in that? It's like 40 something, isn't it? Or no, 50. Is it 50? I can't remember. It's been years since I've had a 99 anything. 44.5. Close, right? Be a bitch. Tried. I tried. 49. Okay, so almost 50. So it's like 99 proof and 49.5. Okay. Yeah. Is that how that works, Loki? So funny. I had no idea. Okay. That was the okay to my chat. Ah! Oh, thanks, Taco Bell. I bought this and this in January because that's when I got the game, because it was like it was right after the Game Awards, because the Game Awards happened and then Expedition 33 was on sale, so I'm just like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna buy it anyway. And then I actually already owned this shirt. Fun fact, it is from Shein, to the shock of nobody. But thanks, Taco Bell. All right, where do I go to the harbor? Oh no, do I have to give this? What is that? What is that? I want that. Gimme. Can I grapple? Alright. Oh, here we go. Oh, I can't grapple. Okay, cool. Yeet! What is this? Collectible? Chroma. Are you gonna tell me what chroma is or does? Oh, come. Oh, really? I don't know. I think if it happens organically. Oh! That's not chopsticks. Alright. That's like the only thing I know how to play. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just joking. I know how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb. Am I supposed to find this child, or is Gustav supposed to find... Jesus Christ. Not him Naruto running into me. Gustav, chill. It's not that serious. Am I supposed to be finding this child? Jules? Oh no, he said Jules isn't supposed to be here. They're trying to recruit for future expeditions. The number of people volunteering is going down every year. Well, I'm assuming it's some sort of suicide mission.
Saying death comes to us all.
Well, because death comes to us all. Raphael.
You haven't heard that before?
Straight beep. That's more than I know. I wish I knew how to play the piano. No. I wish I had a piano. All over I don't know about you guys, but all over Facebook Marketplace, it's just piano. There's so many, like, go to your local Facebook Marketplaces and please let me know how many pianos are just being given away. I need to know. Is it literally just like my local area where everyone and their mother is giving her pianos? Because I want one. But the thing is, it's so expensive to the upkeep and keep them tuned and things like that. It's like it's really not worth it. But I would love to play a piano. I really wish I knew how to.
Unofficial expedition.
Or like I know how to play. Like I know where middle C is, but I don't know like any songs. Buys and sells drum kits. Interesting. Hot singles in your area. But yeah, it is just only pianos. 88 keys. Because they're usually not kept well. So oh wow, yeah, and they just give them away for free. Do you really, Shadow? No way. Yeah, exactly, Ginger. Yeah. No, I've never owned a tuba. All the tubas that I had were school loaned. It is, fun fact that you asked that, Fighter, it is literally my dream item to have is to own a tuba. Because it's like the only thing I've ever confidently and comfortably can say that I've ever been good at or talented on. And like I'll make the joke all the time that like I'm a jack of all trades but master of none, and I can confidently say that I think that, yeah, 3K is for a lower end tuba, exactly. And I really want a rotary valve tuba because I had one once in one of my semesters in college, and it was like the best semester ever, and like we would fight over the rotary valve one, but then I had to go back to regular valve and piston valves and stupid. Anywho, but yeah, it is jack of all trades, master of tuba. Yeah, that's my dream to have a tuba. I really want one. I would love to go to like an estate sale or like a yard sale or a flea market one year, and because flea markets always have like really like cheap priced instruments, but it's always like trumpets, you know, and like fuck trumpets, you know what I'm saying? Sorry to any trumpet players, but I'm hoping like one year I'll go and someone will just like not know how to price a tuba, and it's like $300. They'll be like, I don't care if it's like the shittiest quality ever. If I see a tuba for $300 and it's a B flat tuba, I'm buying it. 5-key rotary valve. The most I've had I think was 4. I've never had a 5-key rotary valve. What the fuck is on the 5th key? What is on the 5th key? I've never had one of those.
I think he prefers, we're already dead, you're just catching up. Yeah, I heard that one recently.
How pleasantly morbid.
Kinda nice in a way. Having a deadline forces you to prioritize. It's a bit freeing as we get closer to the end.
For 3 Benjamins. Ah!
Thank you. I love you so much.
One of my biggest flea market regrets is not buying an electric bass that was shaped like a violin. Like what Paul McCartney plays. Shut up. Do you remember like how much it went for? Hi, Escape! Escape, how was work today? Hopefully it runs out after you're done with this game. Oh, so you could get the badge or so you don't get the badge? Yo! Hello? Speaking of the badge, enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. And thank you so much for giving this up to Maylee Ray. Maylee, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Escape. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh! I got you, Ginger. You don't care about badges? There's the door. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm such like a little slut for the Twitch badges. I love them so much. 150? See, like, I would get that, right? Oh, Spartan, 0 apologies needed, my friend. We are 2 hours into the stream and 2 minutes into the game, so you haven't missed much. I've been yapping a lot. Let me get banned right now so I can make it permanent. No. You're having dinner? What was for dinner? I had a... Oh, I never posted in the Discord. I'll post my cook unity meal. Hello? Oh! Dwayne, what the fudge? Dwayne, thank you for getting the sub to Spartan! Spartan, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. I had a grilled flank steak bowl, and it had Brussels sprouts, shiitake mushrooms, chickpeas, and some other shite. My cat is screaming at me. But yeah, that's what I had for dinner today. It was okay. Wasn't bad. Gimme. It wasn't bad at all. I am not a Brussels sprout enjoyer, but when you mix it... Oh, and it had spinach, too. Oh, spinach. I love spinach. But Brussels sprouts... Chipotle, chicken, and rice. Wait, but, like, you had, like, the restaurant Chipotle? Or it was, like, Chipotle, like, chicken? But not the restaurant. Sorry, I'm dumb. There's a Clefairy in chat. Everyone shut up. I really want that perfect order Clefairy. No! I think it's Ascended Heroes. I want I want any Clefairy. My brother, shout out to my brother. My brother and my sister-in-law got me this Mega Clefable card because Clefable is my favorite Pokemon. And so this is one of the Clefables from Perfect Order. And it's so cute. Mega Clefable EX. And he said that he's looking for the special illustration Clefable for me. Reese's. You know what? I ate some chocolate today too. It was one of those like nutty bars, nut chocolate. I don't know, chocolate wafer with like peanut butter in the middle. It's called a nutty bar. I don't know. They're like off-brand or something. I got the Clefable, yes. Yes. This card is so cute, and I really want the special illustration one. Maybe. Yes, work was good. Good. I'm glad. Jello. Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. All right, we're gonna make a And if you guys like the tarot pull, you're welcome. If you guys don't like it, blame Droopy. Tarot me up. Tarot me up, Scotty. Get it? Star Trek reference. Never seen Star Trek. Oh! Raven. Oh, Raven feels so bad. Yep. Oh, I want this card. I don't want the top card. I want this card. So if you guys don't like it, remember, it's Droopy's fault. The Chariot in reverse. We've never pulled this card in the reverse or this regular before. You may lack willpower, or you've lost a sense of your place. You'll soon rein in your impulses, courage, or control. Let this serve as a wake-up call that you need to stop taking everything lying down. Experiencing travel issues, aggression, the feeling of being in lack of control, or a canceled journey. Interesting. That's very interesting. Stop taking everything lying down. I like that a lot. Melee! Melee, enjoy your subbing! Oh, it totally does, fan to fans! Oop, I didn't mean to turn you off. Get out of my head card. That was the reverse Chariot. That was a stretch for NSYNC. It's gonna be me. Oh! Remember, if you guys don't like it, blame Droopy. I only learned because my granddad played Zydeco. What is that, fighter? Those restaurants? Or not those restaurants. Okay, apparently I'm thinking about food. Are those instruments? Oh, Spartan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Think of the 3-string streak. It's not a sexy instrument. Not a lot of instruments are sexy, right? Like guitars and drums, those are sexy. Saxophone could arguably be sexy. Did it autocorrect to YouTube? That's so funny. Indigenous music to Louisiana. Shut up. Okay, that's dope. What they like, and they lean and whisper, the reverse Chariot. I don't understand why I'm being yelled at. Oh. Ha! I swear to God he meowed behind me, but he's like underneath my desk right now. I reverted to the very first anime I watched. What was the first anime? Guys, I have to pee, but I don't want to stop playing. Because I've only played for like a minute. He's been very mad tonight. I don't know why. I got him a brand new water bottle. I got you a brand new water bowl. Automatic water bowl. So you can set the timer. It was $50 fucking dollars. So you better like it. But it's one of those water bowls where it like pours like it's bad water down into this like bad water holder, and then it goes back and it refills with like clean water, and you could set how long it takes for it to get filled, you know? I don't know. But it's like it's a filterless water thing, cuz I hate cleaning those things cuz they're so gross. You know what I mean? So I got you a brand new water fountain. You just had treats for free, by the way. I'm giving you all the attention you could possibly want. Stop yelling at me! What's up, Seth? Oh, I missed a message. Hold on. Be aware of us. You must be aware of us. Pronoun check. My pronouns are she, they. Samurai pizza. I've never heard of that. She, they, she, her, he, they. Wooder. Him. So I still have the filtered one that they were using. Because I still have like 30 more filters, right? Okay, that was an exaggeration. I have like 3 more filters left. Sorry, I speak in hyperbole a lot. But I have both water fountains. I just want to keep a lot of water because like cats don't often drink stuff. So I like to keep them like super hydrated. Hi, Seth. That emote is so cute. They, them, she, they. So! Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Oh, really? After my time. This is not a sub-only stream, Dwayne. I'm gonna need you to realize that. Well, thank you so much for getting us up to Seth. Seth, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And thank you so much, Seth. I bought the hat and this, like, ascot in January. That's when I bought this video game. And I was like, when I stream it, oh, I'm gonna look so cute. And I actually already own this shirt. Fun fact, I own a striped shirt like this, and then I have a t-shirt version of it as well. So I had options, but I went with the long sleeves because I love my long sleeves. Although I don't mind my arms. Like, I love my arms, but I just feel very comfortable with long sleeves. We're stimming this morning. Wait, what was your stims? Oh, our emotes look so cute together, Seth. I love your name, by the way, Seth Wolfer. And then I'm assuming that's your emote. Oh, really? See, I'm the opposite, Seth. Oh, see, okay. Ooh, what can I ask you? Ooh, Seth! Socks? Socks in the house, yes or no? Are you a sock autistic or a barefoot autistic? I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, so I'm a croc autistic. And I have to wear socks. Nothing on my feet. See, I'm a sock autistic. I cannot stand, like, the stepping on cat litter. And don't be like, oh, she's got a dirty house. I sweep every single day. I don't vacuum every single day, but I sweep every single day. Every single day I sweep every single day. I don't vacuum every single day. I vacuum like once a week. Nah, I love socks. I love socks so much. I have, and now my Crocs, specifically, my Crocs are indoor Crocs. They never see the outside, right? And I have shoes that are specifically inside shoes, and I have shoes that I specifically wear when I go to walk my dogs, right? This is your first playthrough of Trauma? Is that what you call this game, Candy? I've never played this before. I've never seen it either. Or your feet get cold. Mine too! Yeah! Oh, Seth. Oh, okay, we get each other. Oh my god, Dwayne. My cats are like the worst. The worst cat litter peoples. Set off my I just work here step earlier. I've been saying it. Really? I just work here. Candy. And I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I'm 2 minutes into the game. Ew! He sounded like a laser! Oh, okay. He wants attention, but doesn't want attention. Excuse the actual fuck out of me.
Find the silver lining in everything, can't you?
Oh, wait, what was it? It's a big boy. Do you want to see him? Jasper! I know. I know. For the record, he's fine. He's just really doesn't like being picked up.
Hello?
He's a very vocal cat. He just like being picked up. I know. I know. I know. Hello? Dwayne, thank you for giving us up to Late Night Candy. Late Night Candy, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh, he's a Nebelong. Nebelung. And fun fact, pretty much all Nebelungs look the same. Go Gretchen has a Nebelung cat too. And our cats look exactly the same. Do you guys want to see his tummy? Oh, he's a good tummy. It's a good tummy. He's mad, but he's purring right now. Make that make sense. He's a very good sleeper, too. And he loves his belly pet, too, when he's laying down. Not when he's being picked up. Like, all my cats, I have 3 cats. Oh, do you guys want to see them? So that's Jasper. That's him. And then this is Midnight. She's the only Goyle in the house. And then this is Balthazar. Balthazar's my tuxedo boy. And all 3 of them love their bellies being pet. I know. I treat you guys so good. We love bellies. Good boy. Late Night Candy. Mwah. Think of the 4 kissy. Oh, okay, Ginger. Okay. Oh, cool. I love that for you. I closed my Twitch. How am I supposed to reach chat? Oh, Candy, you're so sweet. Ah! hey, when it's from you, shut up. Maylee, thank you. This was a subathon goal. Oh, really? What was he, a pit bull, Seth? That's Boo. Boo is the only reason why people watch my streams. Also, Ginger, thank you for the 105 stream streak. What the fudge? Holy.
No, it's just things don't always work out the way we want. No use getting upset, you know. Use what we can, leave what we can't.
Oh, okay. Staffordshire Bull Terrier! Ah. Can we get an exclamation point boo in chat? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Wait, what do you mean, Ren? What do you mean? Ooh, what was that? What was that? The flower market. Starkey? Thank you so much for the brand new sub. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge, and your new Twitch Expedition 33 badge. Oh, age. Oh, okay. Not true. Tom watches for Balthazar appearances. 50-50 chance he appears if you read this message aloud, in fact. Yo, Starkey, welcome in! Also, I love your Minecraft badge. The baby chick. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. Wait. People are buying flowers for their loved ones before they gommage. Okay, I'm still not sure what gommage means. And, like, at first I thought it was sex, but now I think it's, like, death. So. Wait, I want to be her. I hope it means sex. No, thank no. Oh, but I like that badge better. Expedition 33. Loon's playing.
You two would make a cute couple.
You two?
If you say so.
Aren't we supposed to be together?
Something already happened, huh?
What? Oh, is this the person? Oh, is this my ex? Yo, holy grippers! Okay, I guess. Can you interact with her? No, alright. Oh, I can interact with you. I thought so.
This lady truly is exquisite.
Thank you.
In love?
Not quite. I am only in love with her art. My inspiration has been quite lacking recently.
Clearly.
Nobody buys paintings anymore. Just because she is called the paintress doesn't mean painting is evil.
Your
That's funny.
canvas seems quite empty.
I need inspiration. But you, I can see you're in love. With this fine gentleman, I suppose.
I suppose. Oh, that's awkward.
That is of no consequence in the matters of love. But it is this passion I so fiercely desire in my painting. I know. How about showing me a dance of love and sorrow? I am also the official painter of the opera. Will you help me? If you inspire me, you may become the main painting of Lumiere's opera.
Obviously,
Fantastic.
yes.
You may start. Here, gorgeous lady, take this paintbrush and show me your wrath.
Am I getting another tutorial?
Okay, I guess.
Tutorial!
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
Oh, we're fighting. Oh, I forgot dodge. Oh, dodge. You got hit. The painter's not inspired. Try again. Oh, sorry. I was reading. Stop. Tell me to do things when you're reading. Oh, I don't know how to dodge. How do I dodge? Oh, hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
Hold on. Okay. Okay.
That was splendid.
Whoa! Sorry, I got scared. I'm glad that it lets me dodge numerous times because I keep getting scared. Oh no!
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
Hold on. Okay. When it slows down, dodge. All right, I got it. Chill. Okay, I got it. Ooh.
One last time.
Okay. Dodge. I am so glad we did a tutorial on this. Because the tutorial earlier was not good for me timing. You've never seen this before? Yes!
That was splendid.
I don't know if it was splendid, but I did something. Oh, an update? I don't know. I only installed it for the first time today.
I was so enthralled
Ah!
that I completed the painting in an instant.
Oh, I love this game already. Game of the year. Game of the year. I completed this painting in an instant.
To
Oh
know
my God.
something of us will remain in the
So
world after today.
funny. Oh, that was really funny. Only seeing people play that. Oh, look at this big thing of Jasper hair that was on my pantaloons. Holy moly!
Thank you.
It is I
Dario.
who should thank you. It was a moving dance. I will propose it for the new.
Oh, is
opera
Dwayne
painting we have to do
leaving?
this year.
Have a good. Oh, have a good night, Dwayne. Dwayne, enjoy your weekend. Everyone say good night, Dwayne. Especially if you got gifted a sub. Drink some water. It just appeared. He can just do that. You just paint in an instant. Balances an emotional story with whimsy. We love whimsy.
Yeah, it wasn't that impressive, but okay.
Alright, you know what? Sophie, no one asked you.
Love
I did the
will
best that I could.
always be impressive. Also, take this as a gesture of appreciation. I see your not boyfriend is an expeditioner. It may prove useful.
Recoat can be consumed to reallocate a character's attributes or skill points. I think that's what the rest of it said. I don't know. It kind of went away before I could finish reading. Anyone I could speak to? Can I jump on these tables? Oh, can I get stuck? Hold on. Hold on. Chill, chill, chill. Let her get stuck. Oh, 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 oh. Aw. Oh, oh. Oh, I'm stuck. Yes! Game of the year. Aw, man. Whatever. Oh, yes! Oh! I meant to teabag. And I swap for people. As an interesting door. Anyone else I could speak to?
Sometimes I feel sorry for her.
For her?
Who? The paintress?
Look at her. She looks sad.
Where?
Maybe she's a prisoner too. Stuck in the same cycle with us.
Who was she talking about?
Only you could choose empathy at a moment like this.
It's one of the few choices I can make.
Okay, hold on. I want to go up there.
It's okay. You don't have to.
Move, child. Ooh! Oh. I don't know why I keep getting really excited by trash cans. Why can't I? Okay. Well, excuse the actual fuck out of me. This looks important. Gustav! You gotta stop Naruto running around me. This looks important, but it doesn't look like an arbor, so I think this should be okay to talk to. Oh, what do you want?
You'd have to be crazy to use pictos on your own body.
Pictos?
Why? Aren't you enjoying the show?
Nah, the show's great, but etching chroma onto your skin, oh, that's brutal. And just for a dance. I'll stick to painting pictos on my machines. I'm not cuckoo enough to put them on my body.
Could be useful though. The expeditions rely on them quite heavily.
Yeah, they're crazy too. But at least you can remove pictos pretty easily if you change your mind.
That's tutorial. Thank you. The fudge sticks is a pictos. People have gathered for the gamage. Oh, the paintress will soon wake. Ah, so it's an orgy. Now I know what it is! Now we know. The homage is indeed sex. You look like you want to talk to me. Ah, you do!
I wish I was going with ya. If we could just send a bigger force, get all of Lumiere to just throw everything we got at the bloody paintress. Ah, but my brother would kill me. His number's up soon and I'm guardian for his kid.
Uncle Victor. Suits you.
But Mael, quite the ballsy one.
Mael.
No looking back for her. Bet she can't wait to get out of here.
Not much hesitation on her part.
Nah, hesitation was never her style.
Oh, something to collect. Oh. Chroma. This music is so fun. The people in the dock are the ones who won't gomage. They are here to show their solidarity for those
Oh, I
wearing
hope you
flowers.
love this game.
Yo! Kai Bugs? Whoa! Wait! 12 months? You know what that means!
Pix Heart 1.
Pain without love. Thank you for the forehead, Kissy, and thank you for the 41 months? Guys, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Kai Bugs. Or K-Bugs. Is it K-Bugs? I'm so sorry. I think I'm ruining it. Thank you for the 12 months. And so far, I've been loving it, but I haven't really gotten very far. I've been yapping a lot. It would be chaotics. Okay. So, K-Bugs. Gotcha. You get a Pokemon card in my binder. Ooh. And this is a brand new card. I just got this card, too. So you're going to be the first one ever to have this one. It's from, I think it's from the Perfect Order set. So if you guys didn't know, if you guys resubscribe on a year anniversary, where there's 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, etc., you get to go in my Spank Bank binder, where I keep everybody in here forever. And I do weird things with the binder when I'm sad. I'm joking. Oh, we complete this page, too! Look at you! Oh, look. You're the first one with a silver border, because you're the only, like, modern card that's in this entire binder. But you're a star, you! Hiya! Hiya! But thank you for the 1 year, the artist formerly known as Chaotix, K-Bugs. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. And thank you, I love this binder too. I actually do have to go pee, guys. Do you mind? Do you mind if I go piss, girl? I'm gonna go pee, and then I promise I'm gonna come back and play this game. I promise. I'm gonna go pee. In the meantime, you guys go stretch, get a bev, get a snack. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so he has. Thanks, guys. He has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pal in here, on the right. No pal in here, on the right. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez! That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Alrighty then. Put my rings back on. 23% vibe? That ain't right. That ain't right. Reroll! Alright. Let's pull my Twitch back up. Oh my god. This music is so good. I know you guys can't hear it, but I can hear it, and it's lovely. It was a lovely soundtrack to me P. It was great. I wish you guys could hear it, but now you guys can. So I still don't know what it means when people are wearing flowers versus people that are going on an expedition. Like, who's dying? Are people dying? Benoit. Benoit.
Soon enough.
You look like I could talk to you. Nope.
Please, don't forget me.
What is happening? Someone's gonna be dying.
I've always loved the harbor.
The paintress will awaken soon, and the gommage will start. Do you want to head to the harbor? Yes, I do. Sophie and Gustave move towards the harbor. And she's finally getting out of the tutorial. 2 hours and 47 minutes later.
I see
Shut
your
up.
apprentices.
Gustav!
What?
Here. Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves so you don't have to keep rolling it up.
You guys know how to sew?
Sophie helped us. Turns out it's not that hard. We really should have done this ages ago.
You did this.
Gentlemen, that was supposed to be between us, yeah? I wanted to do something
So cute.
for you.
So, thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
Don't use your robot hand.
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not. What? I know that face.
You mean a lot to them. I can tell.
Yeah, they mean a lot to me too. Legacy can take many forms, right?
Yeah.
You told me that.
Right.
Why?
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Why, you like uniforms?
That's funny. Look at the eye movement. Oh my god, that's so organic.
This too is your legacy.
Robot arm!
In a way. It's yours too.
God, this music is crazy. Do it. Do it. Do it. Aww. Seth, yes, I totally agree. From like the very little that I've seen. What's up, Freya? Yeah, I have not gotten very far. Welcome back. I have made 0 progress. I have made zero progress. Whoa. The ambiance has shifted. Nothing but bangers. Dango's totally. I'm about to, Kay. I'm about to. Is she gonna turn that into a 3? Because that would make sense, right? She's a paintress. Oh, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, she did do it! What the fuck? Hey, that's the Twitch badge you guys can get. Gay! Loki, real. 8.5 hour playlist, cheese and rice. Is she about to turn into flowers? Why did everyone just get Thanos snapped?
Hello, how are you tonight?
Oh, I'm not doing great right now.
I'm here.
Oh, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Okay. When you guys told me that I was gonna cry in this game, I didn't think it was gonna start right after the tutorial. So what's happening? Do they like come back? Because what? Does everyone just stop? What? I got to play Sophie for like 2 seconds! Oh man! I should have spent more time yapping with you guys. This game sucks. Worst game of the year. This is the worst game of the year. What the fuck? I gotta play her for 2 seconds! Oh man. Lintona, thank you for the resub. Freya, thank you so much for the brand new sub. out crying. This game sucks ass. Oh my god. Like 500 people just died. Who gets chosen? How does this work? Why do you guys not seem sad? My girlfriend just died.
There you are.
No, don't explain.
Don't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends. What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
Where's mine?
It's just a typical Friday night.
Okay.
Santé.
Yeah.
Ah! Santé! You guys taught me that.
Five tables this year. You see that? Told you we'd beat the 34s. Even my Elle showed up and she hates these things. Wanna go take a
I don't. Maybe later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
Who the fuck is that in the back? Mogging everyone.
There's an excess of wine again. Thank you, sister, for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself.
My girlfriend just turned into flowers in my fingertips. But yeah, I'll just go enjoy myself. Also, Lintoya, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. For anyone who's just joining us, cause I'm a streamer, I yap while I play these games, and I'll ask things like, are they gonna turn into flowers? Are they gonna have sex? Are they gonna die? And I am just narrating and like making hypothetical like questions and assumptions. I ask that when I make these hypothetical questions and assumptions that no one in chat like either confirms nor denies them. We're gonna play a game called Pixel Says, aka Simon Says, or if you're a Call of Duty fan, Swiftdoor Says, where if I genuinely need help, like if I'm like, chat, where do I go next? Pixel says, chat, what do I do now? That is me asking chat to say something. But until I say, Pixel says, chat, what do I do? Just assume that everything is rhetorical. Yeah, Swifter Says is a big part of my my YouTube upbringing. Robert! Oh my god, Seth, that's all I was saying on the beginning. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, Seth. You get me. Oi. Okay, you don't have a watch on that. Do you have a watch in that hand? What is, tell me about your hand of mysteries. Okay, that is not a watch. That is a ball socket.
Let's at least check on my end.
No. I want to talk to this mogger. She's mogging everybody. Amandine? What was her name?
Oh, hey, handsome. Perfect timing.
She is awesome.
Before we ship out.
Freya, no you!
When we hit the paintress, eh?
No you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm trying not to yap during the cutscenes, but you guys know I can't help myself. Oh, hey, handsome. My girlfriend just died. Can you, like, give me some space? Guy looks sharp. Oh, yeah.
On it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to skip that. Sorry. Current number of tokens, 1. Let's see what you got.
Right, let's see what you've got.
What can I buy for 1 penny? Amandine tries to experiment with Gustav's hair. New outfit unlocked. It's looking good. Oh!
Looking very fine.
Very handsome.
You'll die with a gorgeous head of hair.
Oh, that is positively morbid. Thank you. Angel of Darkness! Thank you so much for the 15 months! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to ad review and your sub badge.
So it might show you 37, honestly, who knows, but yay, 3 years or so. Did you know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had a bite force of 12,800 pounds per square inch, meaning it could have bitten through reinforced concrete with ease?
I can't believe he didn't say PSI. He said pounds per square inch, which is really funny because today I learned that PSI means pounds per square inch. I never knew what that meant. What the fudge? Today I learned. Angel, thank you so much. Well, I've been playing for 3 hours and I've just finished the prologue. Actually, have I finished prologue? I finished the tutorial. And I watched my girlfriend die. And that's how far as I've gotten. And I've been playing for 3 hours. Actually, I've been streaming for 3 hours. Technically, I've only been playing for 2 hours. But I've been yapping a lot. But I did already cry. Also, 3 years. 3 years. Hold on, we gotta get a card.
Go on. Give him a nibble. Pixel, did you know TT is my favorite kind of tea? Fun fact about ginger.
Tea? Are you trying to say chai tea? Because people say that all the time. I'd like a chai tea. It's like, no. Chai means tea, so you just like a chai. Is that what you're trying to say? Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Did you just make an Avatar Last Airbender reference to me? Okay. Oh, man. Guys, there's like a little, like, tear on my eyeball. And I can't see. I absolutely did. That's rough, buddy. Also, Ginger, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my god, guys, she's crying. She's crying and she can't stop. We laughed. We laughed through the pain. But Spades, thank you for the 3 years. And I'm pretty sure this is like our 3rd or 4th hype train today. Oh no, 3rd, because we've been streaming for 3 hours. So this is our 3rd hype train today. Pixel could do best makeup brand to cry to. Shut the fuck up. That is very funny. Shut the fuck up. He's like, okay. 3 years. Ooh! I'm so glad I finished crying. Don't worry. Don't worry, she's not crying anymore, guys. I dried my tears. Hi, Ryan! I already cried. I am 2 minutes into the game. Hi, Gurgle. What's up, Ultimate Annihilator? What's up, Bob? Hi, Dweeb. Welcome in, Raiders. I just finished crying because I've been playing this game for 2 minutes and something sad already happened. And I didn't think something sad was gonna happen like in 2 seconds in the stream, but here we are. Alpaca Tetris! Welcome in. Orion, how was your stream? Oh, I don't know, Spades, but I'll check. I probably should have checked before. No! Oh my god, but it's apparently I have a lot of Charmeleons. In the Clair, we all cry. Wait, okay, so I am playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the very first time. I just started the game. I've never seen any gameplay of it. I've never played the game before, and so I'm going in completely, like, blind. And like I'm brand new, but question, one's in chat if you've played this game before, 2's in chat if you've never played but you've seen the game before, 3's in chat if you've never played or never seen. I'm a 3. I've never played and I've never seen gameplay, but I know a lot of people have played and a lot of people have watched. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1. What? Lots of ones. Hi, Bales. Hi, Jasper. Oh, okay. It's one-ish. One-ish. 3. Okay, so yeah, we're playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the very first time. But alright, I hope you had the best stream ever. Sorry, I choked. I love you. You were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Please make sure that you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go peek, go poo, go stretch, go drink. And go tell... It's night, right? Go tell night for me. You'll know what that means. I'm having a great time so far. Good night, Shadow Angel. Had the best night ever. Oh, really? See, Seth, that's why I never started watching, because I knew that I was gonna play this and I wanted to share my reactions. I know there's a lot of like really good reaction content for this, but I've never seen it. No, enjoy your walkie-talkie. Also, Spades, I tried to pick a special card for you, but apparently I have a lot lot of Charmeleons. But Spades, you're a Charmeleon. But don't fret, Charmeleons are great. There's just so many of them. Apparently I had a lot of extras. But thank you so much for the 3 years. 3 years of resub. But thank you guys so much for the raid. If you guys need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please take care of yourselves. The best way if you want to go and yeah, I'm thinking so. I think like there's some things that I'm playing on my own for the first time. Like I'm playing Dragon Age Veilguard on my own time because I was going to stream that and I did stream it once or twice, but then I decided that I wanted to play that on my own because it's like my favorite game series ever. And I knew, because it's such an old game now, that if I were to stream it, someone would spoil it for me, so. And that game, I really don't want it to be spoiled for me, so. Some I'll play on my own time, and then something like this I think is a good stream game. But we're playing Clair Obscur, Expedition 33 right now. And I just got my hair did, and there we go. Can I change it back, though? It's fine. It's fine, right? Oh, thank you, Lanswells. Thank you. Oh, and there is a Twitch badge, too. A new Twitch badge for Expedition 33.
Perhaps one of these artifacts may prove useful to your mission.
Collect.
I love your
I'm
outfit.
holding out on us. What are these?
Relics from before the fracture, passed down through the generations. The council deemed
Thank
them
you,
trinkets,
Lanswells.
but I think otherwise.
That's kind of you to share.
I may not be able to join the expedition, but I'd still like to help. 1 token is all I ask.
Oh, I don't think I have any, right?
Ah, I should have known.
Oh, I used it on my hair. That's fine. You're about to ask for tokens too, aren't you?
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new pictos I made.
Looks a bit rough. You sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little...
I can change what I want? Okay, good. Thank you.
It's dead useful. Trust me. Come on.
Who
give it a
says
whirl.
dead useful?
Sure, why not?
All I need is a token.
Great. I'll trade it for 1 token.
Seriously? I can think of better ways to spend a token.
Like my hair. So anyways, probably should have looked at all these shops first before I went straight to the cosmetic change, but I'm sorry, but she had the most stylish outfit and I really wanted to talk to her, so she got the token. Okay, so I can talk to her, I can talk to, okay, we'll just go in order then. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of bottles of wine, lady.
You're gonna lecture me on drinking?
A little bit.
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to
It's morning routine.
You can start now.
Oh my god, she has the scar that I use whenever I make my own character creation. I always do like a little scar on the nose. It's so cute.
Always unapologetically Sophie. My fierce and loving friend.
To Soph. Seriously though, this is gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet.
I like all of her colored bracelets.
Sober.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
No, not for that.
Ah.
Go have some drinks.
Huh. I want to smooch. Is that who I was just talking to? I had not been reading names. Antoine, okay. Yeah, okay. Hello.
You want a rematch, don't you?
Well, it's my last chance, isn't it?
Rematch of what?
Tomorrow you'll be the undisputed expert on expedition history.
That's tomorrow. What about today?
Who am I to deny you? Fire
Who
away.
am I to deny you? Fire away.
How many years ago was the fracture?
You're kidding. This is your question.
Yes. When did our world break apart and our luminous city get thrown into the middle of the ocean? When was the fracture?
67 years ago! There's no way. I didn't study for this. I'm gonna guess 33. Well, I don't know, because it went from 34 to 33. So is it counting down from 100? I'm gonna put 67.
67 years ago.
Brilliant. I concede. You are the undisputed expert on Lumiere history.
What are you talking about? Every child knows this. The monolith's essentially a reverse calendar, counting down since the fracture happened in year 100.
I just picked it because it went from 34 to 33, so I just assumed, and it was also a funny number.
Alright, fine. Another one then.
I don't know, I got lucky the first one, Antoine, I don't know.
Which was the first expedition to depart for the continent?
100?
Expedition 100.
Or 99.
Are you even trying? It's barely a trick question. One more time.
It's 99.
Which was the first
Yeah.
Expedition 99.
Are you even...
Oh, it's 0, you fucking idiot! Sorry. It's a trick question. I would like to think that I had 3 shots, and that's the reason why, but my 3 shots were so long ago. Everyone shut up. Alright? Everyone shut up.
Correct. That still annoys me. I left in year 100.
I agree, Antoine.
Expedition 100 makes no sense.
I agree.
Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits 0. All right, last one. Get it right, and maybe I'll give you a token. What is Illumina?
Illumina. Bum ba da da dum. Illumina. Bum ba dum bum. Shut up, Leon's modes. Take a shot for every time you're wrong. Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle after enough times. I like that answer. So, whenever I was taking... So, oh my god. Oh my god! Your little car! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Bear hugs! Bear hugs for all of our raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in to my very first playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. What is up, raiders? How is your stream? Welcome in. I may or may not be embarrassing myself in a multiple choice question. And fun fact, whenever I was in school and there was a multiple choice question, I would always pick the answer that had the most descriptive answer, because clearly they had to be the right one, right? Thank you, fungus fearing cheese. I thought this would be appropriate for the stream. It's always 42, the answer to life and everything, and the life universe and everything. What was it? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? I never finished reading The Restaurant at the End of the Universe. I really should finish reading that. English! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy, but your little car. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you guys had the best time ever. Happy Friday, happy weekend. Is that the British national anthem? It is! I love this song, but I don't know it because it's British. I know it because I heard it in the movie, that Gentleman's Spy movie. I can never remember the name of it. It always escapes me. But it has Eggsy in it. Galahad. You know. Kingsman, thank you. Kingsman Secret Service. But yeah, I saw this, I heard this song in Kingsman Secret Service, and I was like, this song is so good. Yeah, I don't know why I can never remember the name of Kingsman. Never. I could also never remember the name to Hocus Pocus until right now. I've actually trained myself to remember the name of Hocus Pocus, but I could literally never remember the name of it, so. Ugh, don't even get me started. I'm coming back to it. I recently got a game PC. Shut up. I finally finished up OBS. Oh my god. Hell yeah. What were you up to today, Karhu? Also, if you need to go raid and run, ignore me. And get the heck out of here. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. And thank you so much for raiding. That is really heckin' sweet of you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, the choreography and just the cinematography, of the movie is so good. I love it. $1? Oh, only mods can trigger it. I'm sorry, Alice. $1? Oh! $1? What? Oh, thanks, Bravo.
I'm about to get wet for less.
Thank you, Bravo. That's for Alice. It should be on cooldown now. I want to say that we messed it up because all 3 of us did it at the same time. You've only seen the ending? Oh, you gotta watch the whole movie. It's so good. Oh, your boy wanted a PC. Oh, well, hell yeah, good for you. Karhu, hell yeah. I'm glad you're okay. And I'm glad you got a PC. I love the Polytoad. Wait. What Polytoad? My emote? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Polytoad is one of my favorite Pokemon. I love him. He's not my top 6, but he'd be top 15, I think. Which I think is pretty high praise. Emotatoad. He's my, my Polytoad is my G Fuel emote. So, like, whenever, like, my G Fuel command is used, my Polytoad emote comes Do you really? I love Polytoad. That was with my mom went shopping. I got dinner for tomorrow. Okay. Ooh. Bok choy salad. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Tatsugiri? Is that a Pokemon? I've never heard of that one. I'm a little bit behind. Jordan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Kizzy. Why do you keep screaming at me? What do you want? What do you want, child? For a child. I'm glad you're okay, though, Karhu. And thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, definitely watch Kingsman. Kingsman's such a good movie. The second one's good, too, but the first one's obviously king. And, no joke. But then there's also the prologue Kingsman movie with Ralph Fiennes, and that movie's really good, too. I really like that one. Oh, we're not talking about Pokemon anymore. I thought we were talking about Pokemon. Mini Sushi Dragon. Oh, it is a Pokemon. You are talking about a Pokemon. Wait, Fungus. Is that the fish that comes in different colors? Cat treats? Do you want cat treats? Oh, Carl, that pissed me off so much. Yeah, Boo is such a good sleeper, too. He'll do some weird sleeps. Oh, favorite Pokemon check? Good call. Mine is Clefable. Oh, okay, Fungus, I do know that Pokemon. Okay, I do know them. Cat, I got you. Let's see if we can teach him how to spin. Shut up. So you only had it for, like, not even 2 months, is what you're saying. That's so messed up. Alright, spin. 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 Oh, good boy. Good boy. A Alolan Vulpix, slay. Raichu, Tyrantum, and Fuecoco! Yay! Sushi Guy, shut up. Sushi Guy, you'll never believe. You'll never believe. Oh my god, so I'm taking a multiple choice quiz for Expedition 33, where apparently I'm supposed to know all of this lore on this. I'm supposed to know all this lore about the game. And one of the answers, one of the questions was, how many years ago did our world blow up or something? And one of the multiple choice answers was 67. And I picked it, 1, because I thought it was the right answer, and 2, because it was funny. And it actually was the right answer. What? So I thought of you. But everyone go follow Sushi Guy! Sushi Guy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Everybody go follow your little Karhu. Everyone go follow Sushi Guy. Everyone go follow Orion. It's 3 raids in like 10 minutes. What the hell? Yeah, how many years ago was the fracture? Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Sushi Guy, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the very first time, and I have no idea what I'm doing. A human train with a little messenger bag fell in love with the Pokemon. That's so cute. Do you have a favorite color of the Tatsugiri? I hope I'm saying that right. Oh. Good submissive boy. Oh, Charizard. Mightyena. Good picks. I love Mightyena. I always would teach him Ice Fang. Thank you guys so much for the raids. The orange, but I love them all. Slay. Slay, slay, slay. Because, like, it's orange, like this reddish color and blue, right? I think. What did they call the first expedition? Not 99 and not 100. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much for raid. Oh, you know what? Let me play a raid trailer because I haven't played one yet. I will be right back. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry. Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants the lick? Orange, yellow, and this desaturized magenta. Oh, so there's no blue one? So I made it up. Shut up. So they have different colors too. That's so cool. You played, yeah, Fortnite, we're about to get down. Oh. You died before I got in game. You can do that? Dang. Well, thank you guys so much for raids. Let's get back to Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And let's see if we can get 6 whole minutes of game progress in this stream. I doubt it, but no, we'll see. I'm gonna guess this question is the answer.
Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle after
Pictos.
Well done. Well done.
It did take me 3 tries to get that one. Oh, Seth, real.
Not really. I mean, I created the Lumina converters.
Dang it.
I hereby officially end our...
Gibble! No, that's a good. Think about it, yeah. Gibble, Piplup, and Teddy Ursa. Oh, they're so good options. I like how they're all like the pre-evolution ones. That's a good one.
You big softy.
All right. Here's a token.
Okay, well then I imagine that there's someone else in this group that's gonna give me another token so that I can use it in all 3. I want this. I want to figure out what is dead serious about this.
Still gonna cost you a token though.
Give me. Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
Morbid curiosity. Yeah.
I hope so, Seth. Galarian ponytail. Oh, they're so pretty. Oh my god, when I first saw those, I was like, My Little Pony, My Little Pony. Ah. I used to wonder what friendship could be. Two all shared its magic.
Gustav, come drink with me.
Is there anything left to drink?
I'm pacing myself tonight.
You're so boring. It's our last night.
Me on Wednesday after my second shoey.
I like that you said when and not if.
What am I gonna say? I'm an or an idiot.
I love My Little Pony. I used to watch it all the time in college, and I even have the trading card game for it. I bet they smell like candy floss. That is so cute. Oh, you British? I'm assuming you're British. Oi! Oh, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm so sorry. I'm autistic, and I love using accents to like. I don't know. I just love using accents. Yeah, candy floss is like such a British thing to say, and I love that. Oi, mate! Beans on toast, eh? Sorry. Yeah! I have a whole binder full of the trading card game. That's so fun. I wonder if they're worth anything, though. Want to know funny things speaking of accents? Tell me.
Come, let's play some
I don't mean to offend anybody, by the way. I really don't mean to.
No way. Everyone knows you cheat.
Huh.
That's just what sore losers say. Come now. You're going to be a little cautious mouse with the painteress too.
Wagwan? I got really insane Wagwan? What is that?
Cautious is good. Keeps you alive.
We're expeditioners.
Expeditioners.
Stay smart, yes, but be bold, huh? You can't win if you don't play.
I'm so sorry, but this lady that's over your shoulder looks like I'm in a horror movie right now, and this is like a ghost, and she's just like staring at me, and then he goes to turn around, and he's like, "What are you looking at?" And then she's not there anymore. Always watching, Mike Wazowski. Always watching. She's just, what is she, what do you, she looks like she's looking at me. Not at Gustav, not at Mikael, looking at me. Yeah, yeah. We just need a bush wall.
Wasn't Pew
A
me of
chippa!
Pixel?
Yo, F1 chipset, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for the 4 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad preview, and it's a bitch. Oh, Mystic. W resub.
Money's no good out there anyway.
W mods.
Why are you trying to fleece me?
'Cause winning's fun.
'Cause winning is fun. It's a Jamaican Zoom type, means what's going on, what's up. Oh, interesting. I'm too white for that. I work at Starbucks. I live in the South, and I'm sure you know how the accent goes. Well, according to a lot of customers, I have a not Southern accent, like they always assume I'm foreign. Well, this lady had asked me where I'm from and asked where she assumed I'm from. She first guessed Croatia. That's a guess, but no. Then she guessed Irish, then Scottish. Close-ish, but no. I said I'm Northern European to give a hint. Are you asking me to guess? I haven't heard your accent. where are you from, Karhu? If you don't mind me asking. I love I don't even know if I could do a Southern. I don't know if I've even tried to do a I love trucks, racism, and fucking my sister. Is that good? Again, I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But did I do good? Dwayne, you're supposed to be in bed. Dwayne, they were to give the sub to little Karhu? What the heck? Yeah, go. Dwayne's like, someone's not subscribed in this chat, and like woke up to do that. What the fuck, Dwayne? Dwayne, go to bed. What the heck? She's like, oh, you're Canadian. What? Then I said no, I'm Finnish. Canada's in North America. That's our southern education system. I tell you what. I wasn't born here. That is so funny. You're Finnish. Do you have a Finnish accent? Someone said the other day I sounded like I'm from Alabama. When I lived in Montana, people told me I had a Chicago accent all the time. Breathtaking legend, welcome in. Yes, I am normally this cringe, but I'm not normally this offensive. I'm sorry, Alice. I'm really sorry. Yeah, Dwayne felt a disturbance in the sub-force. What the heck? But breathtaking legend, welcome in. Welcome to my my first playthrough of this game. I've been told by a friend who lived in Finland for a bit I sound like a Finnish man, and I can lean into an act. Oh, interesting. So, do you have one or do you not have one? I appreciate the offensive. Oh, I mean, I can if you want. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm too autistic and people pleasing to want to offend people. You're from Ontario. Is it Ontario? It's Ontario. It's Ontario. It's the latter. One time years ago, I was in North Carolina and someone thought my accent was West Virginia. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Well, breathtaking legend, now you have to stay here. Now you're our prisoner for the next 30 days because Dwayne just gifted you a sub. What the go to bed. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. Thank you for another gifted sub. Breathtaking. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, ad preview, add your sub badge, and thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, sub-only mode. Are you North Carolina? I don't know. I'm Chicago. But people can't really judge my accent because of the TISM accent that I have. The neurodivergent accent. So I say things weird. See, Wooder. But I'm not from Boston. I just appreciate mock British accents that aren't the Mary Poppins! A bottle of water. It's fine if it's creative to me. I say water more like a Boston accent. My English is horrible. Even though I grew up only speaking English, then I started learning Finnish, another language, and then poof. Shut up. What other languages do you know, Karhu? Waldo? No. It's the Krusty Krab. What's up, Nam? Capricorn. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm South Carolinian. Sweet Caroline. I hope somebody in this chat room went bum in their house somewhere, watch it on their phone or on their tablet or whatever. I really hope. Sweet Caroline. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jasper. You did in your head? Not the same. I'm Phoenician. Okay, pretend I grew up in the American education system. What is that? Also, Nam. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. You summoned the British with this one. Oh, yeah? You know Korean and Russian? And a lot of other languages ready to finish. I can understand a good bit. Like, I could pick up a little Estonian at times and a wee bit of Turkish. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're from Phoenix. Oh, okay. Shut up. My mom still has a northern accent. Pack in the car, Walmart. Pack in the car. Don't you know? I only got Spanish and English. I know English. I know a little bit of Elvish. I am on day 106 of my Duolingo streak for Scottish Gaelic. Breathtaking! And you're our prisoner for the next 30 days. Yeah, that's right. Get used to it. I hate words funny too. Yeah, I make up words. From Georgia, raised in Florida, got a smidge. Do you really? Bravo, Penguin. I feel like. Oh no, I've been in a voice call with you. Never mind. I don't remember an accent though. But also, there were like 6 of us in the call at once, and I don't know. Was I high? Was I high that day? I feel like I was high that day. I can read a lot of the Cyrillic-based languages, which is a lot of languages spoken in Russian use. Shut up. Hey! Do you know any Scottish Gaelic? Here, let me say hello to you guys. Hello. Now you guys know how to say hello in Scottish Gaelic. Hello. Really? Just don't say anything bad, Dwayne. I'll trust you. I did a game or two on my stream doing a southern accent and I died. Did you really? Oh no. Haggis? That's a food, right? Say no in Spanish. Hold on. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, wrong scene. Who has it? Oh, okay. Like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense, Bravo. Shut up. Meow. Was the goat and taught me all the bad words? No. I could sound like the fat Oh, Fat Bastard! Oh, I love Fat Bastard. A Scorbunny. That's Slasher Bunny's favorite Pokemon. I've become insufferable by cornbread accent. That is so cute. That's so cute. I love it. My cornbread accent. Shut up. So can I say something really super controversial? I don't like cornbread. Cornbread is really, really gross. Get in my belly! I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. I don't even know how to say that. But learning the language is that you end up interchanging words. Oh my god! Literally me trying to learn Scottish Gaelic. I throw French in there for some reason. Unsubscribes and unfollows. But think of it this way, Dwayne. You can get all of the cornbread that I don't eat. Was it cookout cornbread? My mom made it. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. I don't really like your cornbread. Not like restaurant cornbread either. It's just gross. It's like I feel like if I'm not drinking like a whole glass of water, I'm not gonna eat it. Cause like it gets like choked in my mouth. I'm too British for this conversation. Oi, fish and chips, gov! There you go. I just spit everywhere. I'll take her, but you can have mine. Yeah, it's too dry. Only if it's sweet. You don't like cornbread either? It's just, it's just like eating, it's like eating wet bread crumbs. You know what I mean? Like moist, not wet. Excuse me. It's like eating moist breadcrumbs. I'd rather eat cardboard. Cardboard would probably be easier to eat than cornbread. Pop's nice, isn't it? What's a cornbread? So cornbread is think of it as like do you have angel food cake? Because I'm trying to think of like a texture that's similar. Although angel food cake kind of slap. Angel food cake kind of slaps. Cornbread is like the bad version of angel food cake. Frito-Lay's bread is crazy. It is very dense and dry, but like moist at the same time. Does that make sense? A sandy corn-based angel food cake. I'm thinking that's the best one so far. It's a sandy corn-based angel food cake or sandy corn pound cake. Victoria sponge, which I think is like angel food cake. Okay. Think of, so do you like Victoria sponge? It's like a muffin. A muffin made out of cornmeal. That's also really good. I'll take cornbread over a Popeyes. Fuck off! Popeyes biscuits are so good. It's gritty, dense, confusing, terrifying, overall disgrace to baking. I like that too. I have a sponge? Is your name Victoria? I thought your name was Joopy. Fried cornbread? I would try that. Is it really? Daxon! Depends on the kind of cornbread you get. I've had some good store-bought cornbread from a box. It's really good. Really? I don't think I would try it because I feel like I would just waste my money. But if it's being served to me, maybe I'll try it. No, they're so dry. They're so good. I love Popeye's biscuits. Church's biscuits is better? Is that a brand or like an actual like church biscuit? Is it like a bunt cake? Bunt cake. There's a hole in the cake. Max! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Taco soup. Drop the cornbread in the soup and it soaks up all the taco juices. That's the only way you'd be able to eat it. See, I knew someone was going to bring up Red Lobster. I knew someone. But I think Popeyes is better than Red Lobster. Biscuits. Oh, it's a sister brand of Popeyes? Really? Church's is a restaurant. Oh, has poutine? I want to try poutine. Raising Cane's is best chicken. I did have Raising Cane's once and it was okay. It was pretty okay. Bojangles fries. Wait. What does that mean? Oh, Rootsy. It's like, okay, so it's like how I used to like Reese's peanut butter cups like 10, 15 years ago before they changed ingredients. Rootsy's onto something. You've never had Popeyes or Red Lobster? Max, are you in the US? If you don't mind me asking. I would love a poutine. Dom, I'm glad that we had the exact same question. Guys, can you... I need you guys to stop being so cute and tall and talented and handsome. I'm trying to play this video game. And I really want to play this video game, but I can't... You guys... You guys are so interesting. Oh, you are American, but you've never had either. Interesting. How the fudge do you say Reese's? 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 No. You have 29 and like a half more days. You've never been to Red Lobster? Well, you probably won't ever. Because aren't they like out of business? Nah, Reese's are done. Ooh, see, I like KFC chicken Sammys. I've never had Popeye's chicken Sammys. Like beige food. What's beige food? What does that mean? Because I know that's a thing. I know it's like not like an actual literal beige food, but beige food, is it like a safe food? Hi, Moon Course, how are you, Angel? Think about the 35 stream streak. I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel face. Really? I've had KFC mac and cheese pretty recently, but I gotta be honest with you, Rootsy. My quality bar for... We're changing scenes. My quality bar for mac and cheese is... My bar is really, really low. I'm kind of like an equal opportunity mac and cheese lover. Streaker spotted! But yeah, I do still enjoy a KFC mac and cheesy. The chat's going so fast. Beige food is food that
$1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
Oh, really? Under-seasoned? Oh, so like me when I get naked. I'm sorry. So, I don't think anything... Shut up! Shut up! I would not assume that anything in America is better than anything. I think anything in America is probably worse. I'm not, food-wise. I'm gonna assume. Oh, I mean, also everything-wise. Government-wise. Me in a bathing suit! The beacons of Minas Tirith! The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid! Me whenever I get naked. Was a focal stim on... I don't understand the unseasoned. Or the focal stim for that. I don't, doesn't sound anything. As someone who has traveled, I've been to Montana, I've been to Toronto, and that's the most traveled I've been. Oh, I've been to Florida, and California. I've been to New York once. America, okay, yeah, southern food is good, right? I've been to Cali. Yeah, I've been to Toronto, yeah. You haven't had poutine? I was like 10. I was 10 years old. The only thing I liked was chicken, and I was autistic. I didn't know it, because I wasn't diagnosed till like 4 years ago. But only thing I liked was grilled cheese and chicken tenders and mac and cheese. That's all I ate. Poutine? What the fuck is that? Nuh-uh. It's bad here. Well, Florida has humidity, so you can keep Florida. The signs were there. You need to come more north than Toronto. Yeah, so the thing is, the only place I went to in Toronto was Niagara Falls. That was as Canada as I got. California, New York are go-to places for foodies. Yeah. That's beige food category. I know! I know! That's not Toronto, but I've been to Toronto. All I know is that I came home with a shirt that said Toronto on it. That's all I know. It's about 2 hours from Toronto. Oh. I went to a place. You guys have told me about this before, because I told you about it. It's like SeaWorld, but it's not SeaWorld. It's Canada SeaWorld. There was like a bunch of deer there. Marineland! Yeah. Is Marineland in Toronto? Because we went there. I was feeding stuff to deer, and deer kept eating my Toronto shirt. And I was very sad about that, because it's my brand new shirt. It's the most depressing place on the planet. It was fun for me, because I was a child. It was full of whimsy. Oh, it's in Niagara Falls. Okay. Well, then maybe... Because we drove there. So we didn't do an airport. It's closed now. Gotta sure shit hope so. Every, like, marine world place. Any place that has, like oceanic fish, mammals, and wildlife like that should get closed. Put those fish back in the sea, you know? I gotta sneeze. No, go to your lure, Karhu. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna sneeze. I sneezed on Jasper. He hates sneezes. His whole body flinched. I do have a Discord. It's just a channel point redemption. And we fund your channel points for it. Bless you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Sorry. That was I've tried really hard to get that sneeze to travel. Because I really wanted to sneeze to my cat. Sorry. I'm gross. You're not here because I'm not gross. You guys are weird too. would swim with the whale shark? I've caught a whale shark in Animal Crossing. What were we even talking about, guys? Oh yeah, it's we only have it with the 1,000 points just to make sure like we vet people. Have a good night, guy. Woo! Thank you so much for the raid, truly. You almost caught a hammerhead shark IRL once. What, with your fist? Really, breathtaking? Are you really? What are you drinking? I've had 3 shots today. It's true, Panda Pants. It's true. Is it really Bravo Penguin? Oh my god. We started with food? Oh yeah, someone did start with food. Banana Bella. Bella, where have you been, Mocha? Moon Quartz. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. And Mio, shut up. Mio, like the flavory Mio? Shut up. Banana Bell, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Yan. Guys, how was your stream? We are currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the very first time. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Ask me ask me how much game time I've had. 7 minutes is all I can spare. Rex, thank you so much for the raid. What the fudgies? What? Who are you people? What's up, Captain Oni? Hi, Banana Bell. I hope you guys had the best streams ever. 7 minutes. Oh, you're still on that Requiem journey. Hello. Are you enjoying it? Yo, fudgies. I try not to swear. I don't want to swear all the fucking time. So I say fudge. the whole time? Oh my god, Banana, how are you, Angel? Panda Pants, what the fudge? Hello? Krakev. You do vodka with Mio as well. So, fun fact about Pixel. I cried. I literally just cried in this game too. But, obviously not for different reasons. But, did I play it? Oh, did you finish it? No spoilers, but did you finish it? Yeah, bravo. Yeah, you get me. So, fun fact about me. I used to be the Mio girl at my local grocery store because I used to work at as a food samples person in a summer between college, between school and school semesters, and I was known as the Mio girl because I just sold so much fudgy Mio, and because usually the samples people would have like a different thing. We would be given like different ingredients and different things that we'd be assigned to do every like day of the week. But they saw my numbers for how much I sold Mio. I don't know why I sold it so well, but my numbers were so good. I was like the Mio girl. So, fun fact about me. Never really used the stuff. The stuff was kind of gross to me, but I could sell the shit out of it. Jesky! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also used to sell dildos for a living. That's also a fun fact for anybody who's new here. I managed an adult store for 7 years. And I was really, really good at it. I was the highest grossing salesperson. I won contests for how many sales I made. Oh my god. Fun fact. Yeah, I'm really good at sales. Anywho, fun facts with Pixel. Welcome in, Raiders! I used to sell a lot of Mio and dildos. Also, Jesky, thank you for the stream streak. What the fudgies? For 2 years? Really? Yeah, in 2020 is when I got furloughed by my adult store job. It was corporate, by the way, so we weren't like, oh, you know, because I try not to shut the fuck up, Rapid. So, like, but I always used to be afraid to, like, mention, like, my old job, because people would be like, oh, an adult store. No, we were corporate, okay? There were cameras everywhere. I was just really good at selling sex toys. And lube. And massage oils. Oh, lingerie. Actually, I was the best at lingerie. Oh my god, I always had the highest numbers in lingerie. It was insane. Oh my god. Sell the shit out of lingerie. I can upsell anyone at lingerie. I'm dropping frames! She's dropping frames! What if I close the game? I don't want to stop playing, though. She's losing frames. Wait, I actually have a question. What if I stop the game and reload it? Because sometimes that helps. Hopefully there's an autosave because I'm quitting. Yeah, sometimes like stopping the game and then restarting it helps. Oh no, but the game's like, because Planet Crafter was open. Oh, yeah. So I'll open up the game in a second. It's so different. Yeah, it really is. But it was great because I got so much commission on that job. Still waiting for fruit roll-ups to make an edible thong. Ugh. Now you're triggering me because actually it's really unsafe to use those edible underwears because those edible underwears are made with sugars and you don't want to put sugars in your hoo-ha because then you're getting like a UTI. And then it's just sticky and no one wants to be sticky down there because you're licking it and it gets wet and it gets sticky like so. Sorry, it triggered me. I always told people not to get them. But I did tell them to get those, you know, those thongs and those bras and those, like, jock straps that were made with, like, those candy necklace material. I would tell people to get those instead, but only if you shaved. Because if you had hair, don't get those. Because it's gonna pull at every pube you got. You know what I mean? So, I told people, it's like, yeah, get the bras, get the candied underwear. Because that's more fun, and like less sticky, but not if you have hair. Flavored lube, yes, I have some really good recommendations if you guys need any. I'm sorry, I'm back at I'm talking about my job. Warning: fruit roll up edible thongs make cock your. You know what? I'll allow it. Vagina, bajingo. Can't eat, but they do have flavors. Wait, what are we talking about? What? I was laughing too hard to accept that. Best recommendation for a 55-gallon drum of lube. Don't, because especially if it's flavored. Don't, because you'll get tired of that flavor before you get through the 55 gallons. Flavored Laurels? I don't know what that is. Oh, we know, Rabbit. Yeah, we know that. Nice cock. But welcome back, Babo Penguin. And anyone that judges them probably needs more fun in their life. I don't think anyone's judged into sex toys. Oh, enjoy your lurk! I'm so sorry. We'll stop this conversation, actually. This is probably weird for a lot of people. Not flavored? Oh, well then silicone. If it's gonna be 55 gallons, probably water-based, eh? Alright. I'll stop talking about my past. We're gonna open up the game again. I'm learning so much pixel lore. Yes. I know. No, I told you guys I'll stop. I'm sorry. Alright, we're opening up Clair Obscur again. Hopefully it doesn't, like, faff about with the frames again. Slipping around the garden just to use it up like a slip and slide. Oh my god. I used to have a slip and slide when I was a kid. Unrelated to the loop. Completely unrelated. But yeah. Used to love the slip and slide. Hit my chin going down. Like, I'd like go on my tummy and like slid. Hit my chin. I remember that. That sucked. Oh my god, Rex, please go to bed. Raiders, please. I'm so sorry. Banana Bell and Rex, please get your post-stream self-care. Oh my god, welcome in Raiders Loop. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please, please get your post-stream self-care, Rex, especially since you finished the game. Please take care of yourself. Thank you guys so much for the raids. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Breathtaking. Oh, it's great. The first 6 minutes of this game has been so great. I have cried, though, in this game so far. So, that was my nickname in college. Oh, my cat's giving me a stank face? Yeah, you little shit, ain't he? I've been playing for 2.5 hours. Oh, you sound boy. Yeah. Who we're talking to you, right? Oh yeah, and that lady's just staring at us.
Let's play some cards.
No way.
It's just what
Cautious.
Ah!
we're expeditioners.
She's back!
Stay smart, yeah.
Money's no good out there anyway.
Cause when
Oh, we did talk to him. Ew, a child? A fat once. They covered you with dish soap and push you. Oh my god, shut up. That actually sounds awesome.
Wow.
That's my cat right now, yeah.
Expedition.
Oh, this is the child! Oh. Your father's dead, child. Gustav gave Jules the uniform that his father made for him. Oh my god.
That's... You made that overnight?
Yeah.
Dad.
Yeah, he's dead.
Now I feel stupid for fighting with
You
him.
should, because he's dead.
Oh, Dad. You take it.
What?
I'm not sure I'll ever use it. Maybe I'll go
He was blind! We knew it!
The expedition will succeed. I want to support the expedition now. Take it. It may be useful to you. It's okay. I don't need the uniform to know my dad's with me.
Thanks.
I can count his pores. We're on low settings, by the way. It's giving me ick. Oh, the pores? Why does the kids look like sponge? Listen, these people have been through a lot, okay? Listen, these people have been through so much. Hi, Raiders! Welcome, Ian! Holy moly guacamole! What is up, everybody? Welcome to my very first playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, where I've been playing this game for about 2.5 hours now. And I have made about 6 minutes of progress. Yippee! Kaya, thank you for the 50 stream streak. What the helly? That's so many streaks! Yo, how was your stream? Welcome in, waiters. I hope you guys are doing so good. My little Nania. What were we up to? A big streaker. I'm 20 minutes in. That's so much better. How's yours going tonight? It's going pretty well. Very, very well. People keep rating me and I don't know what to do about it. You guys are being really fudging nice. Thank you guys so much for being here. But if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. But we're on our first playthrough. I did just have to reset the game really quickly because I've been sitting here like yapping with chat the entire time and not playing the game. And I think my stream didn't like it, and it like was starting to freeze. So I think we're better now, though. I am the head brat today, 98%. Who's gonna beat head brat? All right, let's talk to Ghost Lady.
You came.
I mean, if you want me to, Gustav.
I wasn't sure if I should.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To think I'm a coward for staying.
Hi, little guy.
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
More like... rediscover. Happiness. One Gomarsh left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The paintress stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No.
Close, Max.
You misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free.
Oh, I gotta look.
She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
Show me your fingies. Listen, I'm on low settings, though, right? They're a little polygony, okay?
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, yourself.
Katerina.
Want to talk about it?
Oh, really? Yeah, it says it's gotta be low settings.
Actually, no.
That's okay.
What about you? You say goodbye to Daryl?
Oh, that was over ages ago.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, her is Tomb Raider? That's my no-no square.
I really thought you guys would work out.
Oh, the polygons. Tomb Raider.
It's
No,
fixed.
I'm catching up now.
I need full focus on the expedition and our team. We're all we have.
Yeah. We're all we have.
So how come I was talking to her? She was over there. What happens if I talk to you? Are we gonna move too?
Glass of wine? Or a hug?
Keep
Or a
your
blowy?
sweat to yourself.
Bring Gustav a glass of wine.
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut servers from the budget years ago.
Oh my
The
god.
ultimate indignity. A farewell party where we serve ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
I'm betting you've got another bottle stashed in your coat somewhere. You gonna share?
You
72% bracket in
yes, in fact, I do have it. Always be prepared. Or was it always bring backup? Same difference.
there. Tomato, tomato.
And I am prepared. Prepared to live. And prepared to die.
You're such an idiot.
Hey.
Hey.
We've got your Lumina converter, yeah? I believe. I'm ready for my Lumina.
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent? We'll need more field testing once we land.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got you covered.
You just hiccup.
Thanks, buddy.
Alright, I talk to you, talk to you. I need to talk to you.
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter. We can launch test runs as soon as we land.
Someone remind me to trim my bangs tomorrow.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Well, it's Lune.
Lune.
This feels different.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6. She hates personal questions.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine.
Ugh, children.
Gustav, we got something for you.
Oh, those are like my children. What they call like my
For your field
prodigies.
notes. So when you come back, you can tell us everything.
I don't feel like I'm coming back.
We'll definitely want that for the museum.
Hi, Queenie! Queenie, happy Friday / Saturday, depending on people's time zones.
Oh, and if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
Oh, are you telling me what collectibles are going to be in the game?
All our adventures, every strange. and
I'm
wondrous
still in the tutorial, aren't I?
And Nevrons.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Lumiere.
I promise.
Promise.
Adriana,
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
I should check on Maya. She's probably alone, as usual.
Oh, I keep pressing wanting to use
Ready for
A
tomorrow?
to interact.
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander
Urgency.
32.
I've been yapping a lot this stream. Not my fault. Everyone's been
View of the
so
Paintress.
fun to talk to.
She won't be there for long.
I'll toot your or
If we fail.
with gaming commercials.
falls,
Yeah, that's
we'll
true.
continue.
Yeah,
We'll pick up.
literally. It's really bad. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that, sweetheart. Sorry, love. Where's? Oh no. Oh. Can I get past here, do you think? Can I Skyrim this? Oh. Oh. Up, 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 up. Oh, I should be reading this. I don't want to read it. I want to go back. Oh, actually, hold on. Didn't I get a new outfit? Crimson uniform. The crimson ores! The flowers! Woof! Haveri Assassino. No? Was it under an hour? I did start the game at like 45 minutes in. Oh, here's my new girlfriend. Because my old one's dead, so we could start dating now.
I knew I'd find you. Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
Yeah, I know.
Look at how pretty my flowers and my hair.
Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one.
Okay, I don't want to date you.
The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your Gamage.
I didn't realize you were a child, sorry.
You don't need to leave yet. It's a lot to risk.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
I know you think that, but...
If anyone should stay, it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
So do you.
No, I don't.
Emma thinks of you as family.
So, oh, I'm not gonna ask that. Are you really? Queen, have you ever done a tournament before? Like, hosted a tournament before? Ah, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. W Mental Health Awareness Month. AK! AK, thank you for the 10 bits. What the helly? I don't know. She's at least 9 years younger than my character is, I assume. So... Oh, no. 8. No, yeah, 9 years. She's 8 or 9 years younger than me, which makes me think that she is a child, because that's a lot younger than me. So.
Lumia is not my home. Not the way it is for
I can't
you.
tell. Oh, my character is 32? Then she's 9 years younger than that, right? I have not. I have 2 people from last turn now in to help me. Hell yeah! Oh, okay, good. Help will be nice. She's 16? Okay, so yeah, she's a child. A baby. So why the fuck is she going on this expedition?
This way, I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Right.
Emma.
She needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
Who's my sister?
Since now I have 2.
Alright, enough chit-chat. Come on, old man. Let's have a duel.
Another tutorial. Maybe she thinks the sea will help her pores.
Oh, no.
What is with you and the pores? Stop.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Lumiere now, no? Come on.
Everyone just died. Give us a second, mate. Mael.
This time, I'm not messing around.
Yeah, I just added them. Okay, let's do a tutorial battle. Oh, look how sad he looks. Robert Pattinson looks so sad. All right, Mael. Attack. Target. Perfect. Oh, dodge. Oh, no, wait. Ah! Whoa, I did it!
No shame
Me!
moving to a superior fighter.
How do I see my skills again? Oh. Lumiere assault. Select target. Oh, that's what perfect is. Okay. Oh! Oh! I was looking. I was reading. Sorry, I was reading.
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
Let me take this!
Bitch. Oh, okay. I gotta learn the timing on this. This is hard. How do I know the timing? Attack. Whoa! Oh, I'm just gonna spam dodge. Okay, that doesn't work. How do you get the timing? That's not slow motion like Sophie was. That's different. All right, how am I doing this? How am I? What am I doing? What's an item? Small healing. Yeah, heal me! Heal me! Heal me! Alright. What is the timing on this? What's aim? Oh, do I just shoot you? okay. What, you just shoot her? That's so funny. What is the timing on this? I don't understand the timing. What is this? Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, I want to do this again because I need to understand the timing. Because with Sophie, she like so clearly had like a wind up. And now I have like no idea what the timing is because there's no slowdown. No, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. No, please do. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please let me do it again. No! Oh. Oh. I did something bad. I was trying to quit. Damn. So there's an option
Emma's here. Your sister's going to be looking
to make QTEs be automatic, but I don't know, maybe I will put that on, eh? Maybe?
Yeah, I should go talk to her.
Don't get too drunk tonight, okay?
Can I please fight you
My
again? I
darling
really
sister.
want to understand. Yes, please, 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 please. Okay, I really want to understand how this combat works. Okay, okay, I want to shoot you in the face again because that was really fun. Okay. I don't know why it just like lets me do that. Alright. No, too early.
No
Again.
shame losing to a superior fighter.
Alright, we're gonna get this. Oh. Nope. It's too early, too late, too late again.
It works better than your dueling.
Shut up. She's gonna figure this out. There's just so much on the screen. I don't know what's happening. All right. Ah! Fuck you! Okay. I figured out that one. I figured out the timing on that one. Okay, hold on. Now this is the combo one? Nope. I was too early, too late again. Okay. But I need to make her do the combo again. Okay. Okay, this is just the regular attack. Too early again. I need to do the combo again. I'm not gonna heal. Oh. Okay. Alright, she's gonna do the combo. For the record, I did press B, it didn't click. Hi, Chaotic Aura! I need to message you back. I'm so sorry. Well, I haven't read your message yet, but I did see it. I've been having really bad anxiety. Mechanic Aura, I hope you're doing so good, Angel.
Don't get...
No, I gotta do this again, guys. I'm sorry, but I have to understand the combat or I'm not gonna get it.
Yes.
But this battle is completely different than the Sophie tutorial that we did. Oh wait. Oh.
It's weak.
I'm too weak? Okay, too early again.
No shame losing to a superior fighter.
Too early. Too late. Nope. I was too early all 3 times.
Your luminate converter works better than your dueling.
Yeah, I know. Alright, regular attack. Too early again. How do I do this?
This was weak.
Combo. Too late, too early, too early. You're killing me. I don't understand, but I feel like when I do understand it, it's gonna like make total sense. Too early again. Oh, thanks, Aura! I'm trying to understand the combat in this game. I don't get it.
Too slow.
The tutorial was so easy, and now this makes no sense. I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna do something different. You're killing me. She's killing me. I'm gonna do something different. All right, we're gonna just attack. Attack, attack, attack. Okay. I'm not gonna do anything. I want to see what the entire attack looks like.
No shame
So I want to
losing
see
to a superior fighter.
when I'm supposed to be doing these dodges. Alright, I'm not. This is the combo. I still don't see where I'm supposed to be doing it. Sound cue? Should I like turn off my eyes? Should I close my eyes? Is what I meant to say. Alright, I'm gonna watch again. I lied. I was gonna do it. Okay. And then hopefully she combos now. Too early. Too early again. But I got the first one. Okay. And now I'm understanding how to do the overcharge. I need to have it be overcharged. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Too early again. Damn. I'm getting better though. She's getting better. She's starting to understand. No. Ah, I did it again. Okay, I'm getting better. I'm gonna do it one more time. Turning off my eyes really quick. I'm gonna do it one more time because I am getting better.
Too slow, old man.
Now, don't get too confident.
You're doing great, sweetie. I feel so much better. But I want to do it one more time. That last one, whether it's good or bad. Ah, that was close. Okay.
No shame losing to a
I was just a little early.
fighter.
Oh, but that's my first time dodging the second one. That's my very first time dodging the second move. Too early, you stupid bitch! She's getting better. She's starting to understand it.
For those who come up.
Oh, he said the thing. Nope, too early. Too early, too early, too early. 3 times in a row. Damn. Ah, too early again. First try! Oh my god, we did our first try. Oh my god! Successful parries, 0. I didn't try parries though. Successful dodges, 4.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere.
First try.
Congratulations, you beat a teenager. Take this token as your well-deserved prize.
I still don't feel... Oh, we got a token! I still don't feel confident about the combat, but I do feel better. Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke, baba booey, that was crazy. Yeah, I definitely need to get the hang of it again. I wouldn't mind doing that again, but I think for the sake of it, we'll keep going.
Take good care of
I think me beating her helps a little bit. I did have like 2 health left, but... An old key for an old door. Alright, I'm gonna talk to my sister.
The chief counselor honors us with her presence.
Oh, so much better.
What? Still mad I'm going?
Thanks for letting me do that practice.
This is the definition of a force quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
Guillotine. Ugh, I hate people say guillotine. That triggers me. When people say guillotine and then people say voila. Because it's guillotine and voila, and those are two things that really just irk me.
Yeah, that'll have a real impact.
Em, you're doing great work, really. Getting things ready for the last generation. You've got it well in hand here. Let me do my part out there and win us a chance to live.
We're never going to see each other again.
Jalapeno, that I say facetiously though.
I barely see you.
Salomon,
Take care of Mayel, okay?
are you
believe
saying
you're
that
letting me go with
to me
you.
on purpose?
Me?
Because I
You're
say
my
that like
guardian
literally
too.
every time someone gives 5 subs.
We're the guardians, not the jailers.
Because I do say that
Millions
facetiously as
off
well.
this island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Yeah, it's a good speech.
Just
You're welcome.
suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
I do understand. I just... Anyway. Yeah, time for my speech.
Oh, for us? Proceed to Emma's speech. This will conclude the festival. Yeah, I'm good with that. Tortilla. See, that I say facetiously as well. Oh, like for real, like on God. What else are some annoying ones? Tortilla. A tortilla. What are some good ones? They'll come to me when I hear him. Yes. Do it. Speech! Today is my 111th birthday. Happy birthday. The last 11 years are far too short a time to live amongst such excellent and admirable hobbits. I don't know half of you have as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you have as well as you deserve. Because my partner is Hispanic and it's funny. Oh, really? Yeah. I did that with my Latino boyfriend.
The Sword of Lumiere.
I don't get it, sushi guy. Quesadilla. See, that I say just like how I say it. Oh, it's a cutscene. Everyone shut up.
We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of
Are you
Lumiere.
stabbing yourself or something? What does that mean?
Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe.
Oh, she looks dope.
Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives.
Guys, I'm finally getting out
As
the tutorial. Are you ready?
Into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May
She
the
kind of reminds me
wind
of Hattie,
renewal take
this
you to
person
the
right there
ends of the earth.
from Dead by Daylight. Goodbye, children. It literally looks like he's like stabbing himself. Wait, there. What is the Attack on Titan? Is this or something like that? Oh, I'm not a nerd. I'm joking.
Tomorrow comes.
Really? I've already cried 2 seconds into the game. Hi, Gundam!
Expedition 30.
I've been playing this for about 3 hours now. About 3.5 hours. And I just got to the title scene. She's a Just Chatting streamer! 3.5 hours. Oh my god, we just got to the title scene. You're joking. Oh no. Swole nerd! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh man. I know my camera's like freaking out right now. It's because it's loading. My PC can't handle it. I'm sorry. Yeah, probably rootsy. Yeah. Also, my thing is echoing. I have to change my audio really quickly. I'm so sorry, guys. Hold on. I have to fudge up my audio. Because my voice is echoing and it's giving me, like, ulcers. I know you can't hear the game. I know. Okay. We should be good. Hello? Yeah, okay, we fixed it. 50 hours! I can't even count that high. A businessman!
Get ready.
Are there gonna be QTEs? Because we all just saw that I'm not very good at that.
You're old.
You don't just say that to people, Alan.
How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
Watch out!
Fall back!
My little sister. Save my sister. Alright, how many people are attacking us?
Stop! Come on, we need to go!
This doesn't feel like QTEs. This feels cutscene.
He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we
That
do
means
now?
shit in French.
Regroup at the rally point. The indigo tree.
What, are we underwater now? We got an anglerfish here? Watch out! What is happening? Is this the end of the game?
Come on! Move! Fucking snap out!
Yo, he's doing some Naruto shit. Oh my god. Gustav. Well, I guess he's alive, right? Because we just got to Act 1 and it's called Gustav, so hopefully that means he's alive, right? What is happening? I'll catch up on chat in a second, by the way. I'm so sorry. I hate eyeballs, man. Eyeballs are so creepy. How's your thing doing the Jane Romero thing? That's not how physics works, Gustav. You know, the Jane Romero cosmetic where it just, like, goes up. You know what I mean. How is he alive? Thank you for the stream streak, Spooky Dragon! What feelings does this game give you? Yes. How far did you get in this game? 2 minutes. Does this have anything to do with why they do this, or what is happening? What is this heart condition that you magically have? Rhetorical question, by the way. Oh, we're panning the camera. Why is this pretty? Oh, I'm playing. Oh, that's not the outfit you were wearing, Gustav. I ran around a lot from whatever that was. Man, sure had a lot of blood on his face. He has so much blood. So much blood. Happy Friday! Happy Friday, happy weekend! 4 hours of sleep? You mean like a nap, is what you're saying. A nap. So, hi, AJ, happy. Ooh. Happy weekend. Hello, Avatar Tree. Oh, this is the aforementioned indigo tree that we were supposed to meet by? Oh my god, look at Gustav. Gustav. We need to find like a river or something. Oh, here we go. Can we wash your face? Will this clean you? How do I dunk? How do I dunk your face in the water? Oh. Ah. See, there was a reason for why I came over here. Alright, just dip your face. Alright, are we clean? No, that did not work. Alright. It's going great. I have been playing this game for almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours I've been playing this game. And I just got past the title scene. I've been yapping a lot. Yo. This is giving me Monster Hunter Wilds look. Like, by the landscape. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But it's going great so far. I'm having super fun. And by super fun, I'm having so much fun. Expedition status. You can briefly check the expedition status and use a chroma elixir to recover health without interrupting exploration. Press Y to show the expedition status. Expedition status. Everyone's dead. The name of the current area. The expedition's current objective. Bindings for exploration. Expedition status. And also the current health of the expedition. The current health of chroma or the current amount of chroma elixirs. Chroma elixirs. If the expedition is in bad shape, use a chroma elixir to fully heal all members. Chroma elixirs replenish at expedition flags. Hold Y to use a chroma elixir. I have 1 health. Oh! And that's how you get clean. Wait, what did it say? Wait, what did it say? Why? Look for survivors at the Indigo Tree in Spring Meadows. Okay, was this not where we were? Oh, I forgot. It's right. I'm just gonna keep going forward. The intro usually takes people better part of it. Really? Oh, that does make me feel better. I just took a long time. I know because I've watched like 20 playthroughs. No way! Love the theme fit. Oh, thank you, Adrian. I'm really glad you guys like the outfit. I literally was super nervous about this outfit. And that indigo is not green or blue. Oh, is indigo purple? Oh, I don't want to be in combat right now. I don't think I'm ready for that, homie. I don't think I'm ready for combat. I'm so not ready. No, let her have some more. Let me collect stuff. I love collecting things. Oh, it's purple. I knew that. Roy G. Biv. I totally knew that. I totally went to college. Oh, it's looking at me. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, it's a thing. Shh. You're not gonna blow me up, are you? Okay, I just cleaned you up. Don't even dare tell me. He is so cool. Oh, he is cool. I like you. Attack. Free aim. Free aim shots are a good way to hit flying enemies as well as target enemies' weak points. Try to aim. Well, I'm gonna assume your weak point is... Oh. Free aim shot. Shooting costs 1 AP. Aim at the Lancellier's weak point to deal increased damage. Press RT to shoot. Well, I'm assuming this is your weak point, right? I'm gonna go with absolutely yes it is. Great. Oh, I was just too early on that, but I was close. I was close on that. Ooh, I could just... and you'll fall down. Alright. Oh! Shut up. She's on. No way. We continue. Oh, he's so sad. Nap time. GG's, thank you. I got home last night around 12 a.m. from work and unwinded and went to bed around 1 a.m. Oh, yeah, that's a nap. We did it. See, that's for all the practice against my sister, whatever her name is. Uh-oh, cat or dog is doing cute things. Dog doing cute things. Dog doing cute. Good night, Max. Everyone say good night, Max. Oh, he's so cute. So cute. So cute. Hi, get your toy. Get your toy. Get your toy. Bitch. Oh, is this my expedition flag? Nope. It's absolutely nothing. Okay, where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from? Gonna Joe. Okay, I think I came from this way. Right? Because this is where I saw the Lancelier. Alright, so I think I go this way. No? Mais no? A map would be great. Press X to grapple. Oh, I see. Well, I'm gonna look a little bit first. Okay, what? Wait. Why is this? I'm vibrating. She's vibrating. Why is she vibrating? I'm like vibrating as I get close to this stuff, I think. Or because I'm getting close to that? I can't tell. But I'm vibrating. Okay, I'm still vibrating. Oh, I see. Jackie! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Alright, I'm not vibrating anymore. Is this a bigger Lancelier or whatever it's called? I want to get close to it. Who's this? Oh.
Lizard.
I really wish I could teabag. Some sneaky grab. Oh! So, okay, so, okay. Cool. So that is a feature that lets me know where I can grapple. Perfect. Alright, well, I can't fight him. No, that's great. Oh, that's convenient. My thoughts exactly, Gustav. Yo! This one got it right in the puss! Yikes. Yikes. Why does this one look different? Yes! A lot of crying. Oh, how hard did we cry at the gommage? Oh, I dripped tears, Blythe. Like, they were streaming down my face. It was bad. Jackie!
Shadow Heartbreak.
Jackie, thank you so much for the 9 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Biblically, I agree. I think that set me up for success / failure. Yeah, no spoilers, no spoilers. That's the happiest. Oh boy. I thought that read.
Hello?
Blythe! Blythe, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Right in the Puss. Right in the Puss, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And, hey, Blythe, enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge. Oh my god. Oh, stole the ball from her brother while she was... Oh, that's a crazy name. The fact that there is actually a Twitch account of that. En français, s'il vous plaît. Oui, oui. Uh-oh. Aspect ratio's changed. Uh-oh. Whoa, no. So again, how did he live? If anything, he had... he had the worst instincts out of his entire team. Holy shit. How? Oh my god. Oh, I don't like that at all. But don't touch them. Jesus. Oh, that too, yeah. I don't blame you. I do not blame you at all, love. It's a shame. Don't ruin your rose! Thank you, Rosie.
You do that. We both die.
Are you a figment of my imagination?
Hey. Fucking hell.
Shh.
Wake
Have some
up,
respect.
Gustav.
Her name. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around. Look.
Yo,
this is
she's
not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue. Get up.
God.
We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
Lucia.
This is
You
not
didn't.
the place.
Ew!
The Lumina converter seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
Jackie, I support this.
Putain.
What'd you call me? B505. Okay. Please tell me I'm not controlling both of them. Please tell me I'm not controlling both of them. Alright. Let's aim and fire in your weak spot. Good girl. 420! And I think that's all you got. Okay. Ah, poops. Lunae's stains. Lunae's skills generate elemental stains. Her skills also consume specific stains to enhance their effects. There are 5 types of stains: ice, fire, lightning, earth, and light. Light stains can be consumed in place of any other stain. Okay. Cycle between the different elements to get the most of her skills. Skills. Generating stains. Lunae's starting skills are Ice Lance and Immolation. Ice Lance is an ice skill that generates 1 ice stain and 1 light stain. Use Ice Lance to generate stains. Elemental affinities. The Portier is weak to ice and took 50% more damage from ice lands. Most enemies have elemental affinities. Weakness takes 50% more damage. Resistance takes 50% less damage. Nullify takes no damage. Absorb is healed instead of taking damage. Oh shit! Find enemies' affinities and exploit them to optimize the damage you deal. Portier attacks the expedition. Slow is a debuff that reduces the speed of the character by 25%. Expedition counter. Some enemies can attack the whole expedition at once. Press right bumper to parry and execute an expedition counter. Consuming stains. Lune now has 1 ice stain and 1 light stain. Immolation will consume Lune's ice stain to deal increased damage. Light stains will be consumed if no corresponding elemental stains are available. Use immolation to burn the enemy. Oh, I missed both my skill checks. Burn is a status effect that deals damage at the beginning of the character's turn. It is possible to be affected by multiple instances of burn, which increases the burn damage received. So he'll, die his next turn. Oh, he did! Yippee! Ice Link? You can ice skill?
We did it, Gustav.
Ha! Jackie, right? Exactly.
Let's see if your invention lives up to its reputation, shall we?
I love my outfit. I love her tats too. I wonder if her being barefoot is because she got attacked and lost her shoes, or if that's a preference of her because of her elemental affinities.
We're not dead yet.
I assume it's probably the latter.
Come on. There might be other survivors at the indigo tree.
Pictos! Pictos can be equipped to increase character stats. Higher level Pictos grant better stats. They also provide passive effects called Lumina. Lumina. Each character can learn Luminas associated with each Pictos. Luminas can be equipped in the Lumina menu using Lumina points. Take a shot every time she says Lumina! And can trigger their effects without equipping the corresponding Pictos. To equip a Lumina, press... Start. Oh. Inventory? No. Or do I click a character? Pictos. I do not have any Luminas. Do I have a Pictos? Dodger. From this menu, it is possible to see the list of available Pictos and change the character's equipped Pictos. Oh! So are they like perks? Pixel says chat. Are Pictos like perks? You guys can answer that question. It's my first pixel says chat that we're doing so far. Are these like perks? Basically? Cool. Thank you. Basically. Bastardized perks. Okay, cool. Thank you. Equipped Pictos are shown here. Each character can have 3 Pictos equipped at a time. Characters cannot equip the same Pictos at the same time. Pixel says, chat, are all my Pictos shared through my entire expedition? So can I have Dodger. Dodger's under my webcam. So I have Dodger. Could I equip that to either Lune or Gustav? Or is it only one person has... Yes? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks, chat. You guys are so hot. Well, it is possible to sort the list of Pictos by using these sorting options. After winning 4 battles with a Pictos equipped, it will be mastered. Every Pictos has a unique passive effect called Lumina. After mastering a Pictos, it will be possible to activate its Lumina without having the Pictos equipped. Oh, okay. Well, I would like to equip you. Gain 1 AP on a perfect dodge once per turn. All right. Well, I guess that's that. Cool. Okay. I would want to see what outfits you have. So pretty! So pretty! I like the hair. Or, I'm sorry, the flower. Okay. Okay. Oh! Oh, it's so pretty. Look at your shorts! So pretty, love. Oh, I love it. Yep, yep. Yippee! Okay. Where are we going? Look for survivors at the Indigo Tree in Spring Meadows. Okay. Hi, music! Sup, bitches? Hi, music. Happy weekend, homie. This is the right way, right? I need some sort of map or, like, indicator or something, because I'm starting to feel like this is not... Oh, I forgot I could run. Peter, how you doing that? I don't know, Lois. What? That is so dope. Wait, I spent my whole day learning how to shut my PC off from my phone. Xbox, turn off. Yes. Yes. There you go. I love this. And I love that for you, Music Kid. How fun. Can you also turn it on from your phone, too? What is jumping like with you? Okay, jumping is weird because you're flying and then you jump. And then... Oh. You can turn on... Shut up, that's so dope. Okay. Is this the right way? Oh, that's an anniversary badge? Wait, what's an anniversary badge? This is so fun. Can I get in the water? I can even start my stream, open apps. Shut up. How do you do that? Oh, yeah! Wait. Are you talking about on Twitch? The Twitch Expedition 33 badge is the Twitch drops that just started today. I honestly can't tell if I'm going the right way. When approaching confined spaces, you'll crouch automatically. Oh, cute. Oh, it's like the duck clock. Shout out to anyone who's ever been to maps. You know, you know. Oh my god. Oh, she's okay. Thought, damn. What's up, Panic? Panic, how are you? Yeah, so if you gift a sub or sub yourself, that's not Prime or an automatic resub, you will get the Expedition 33 Twitch badge, which is pretty cool. Panic! Panic, happy weekend. I, more or less, have just started the game, and it is so good so far. It's very good so far. Lune, chill. How are you doing, Panic? I've never played this game before. I've never seen any gameplay of it before, and I'm loving it so far. Hey, breathtaking legend! Thank you for giving a sub to Blythe. Blythe, that's what you get for giving a sub to Right in the Puss. Breathtaking, enjoy your Expedition 33 badge. Blythe, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad review, and your sub badge. I just met Lune, and she is dope. Thank you, Loki, you're so hot. Legend! That's you guys, that's you. Expedition flag. During your journey, you will find expedition flags set up by previous expeditions. Latona! Latona, thanks for giving this out to Panic! Panic, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Latona, enjoy your 66. Enjoy your Expedition 33 sub badge. What the fudgies? Just got back from the toilet. Oh, I hope you had the best toilet ever. Toilet time. Hope you had the best toilet time ever. Expedition flags allow you to heal, recharge your items. Ooh, learn new skills and allocate your character's attribute points. Characters gain 1 skill point and 3 attribute points per level. Oh, have a good night, Alice. Alice, hope you have the best night ever. Everyone say good night, Alice. I just spit over my hands. Right, you guys liked it. At your poops. Yo, my caption's supposed to be having a fudging field day. I'm so sorry. I wish I learned how to enunciate, but I dropped out of college, so I don't know how to read. Or enunciate, apparently. Whee! Oh, I feel it. And she was a fairy. Oh, I love this. Oh, I only want to play as Lune, just so you know. How fun. Rest, upgrade attributes, learn skills. Can I just do them all at once, or? She's my fave. She's fun. Okay. Vitality. Okay. Attack power. Agility. Defense. Whoa! I like luck. I like might. I like health. Yes, that makes me happy. Oh, hold. I like a press and hold. I like that a lot. I like how the badge drop is the exhibition flag for 33. It's very pretty, isn't it, Panic? Do you have plans to attempt to get all the achievements for this game? I haven't even looked at the achievements. I probably won't because I don't want to get spoilers. I definitely want to finish the game. And then I think when I finish at least one playthrough of the game, I'm sure I'll want to play it again. And then try to get the achievements. Because I do love achievement hunting. I really, truly do. Hi, Kyle! I returned triumphant, having traumatized my players yet again. Ugh, that's our bet, Kyle. Welcome back. I really hope you go for it. I think so. I hope I can finish this. And I got my... Did you miss it? Sweet. I was going to say sweet and slay, and I said sleet. Oh, wait. I forgot to press right bumper. Okay. You have, like, no defense. Defense! I would like health. And your critical rate is already pretty high, but I would like to add more luck because that makes it sound fun. That sounds fun to me. I like that a lot. Sleek girl, sleek! They're surprised running around with Lune in her base costume. They're surprised running around with Lune in her base costume. Sure, you're telling me to put her costume, her base costume back on? I'll do that. Assign skill. I have no skill point. Oh, wait! Oh, no. Okay, I have no skill points. Okay. I have no skill points. Okay. Wrong button. In her base. If I run around in this... Is it her feet? Oh, okay. And they always come back for more. Little sadists, aren't they? Let's look at the statue. Oh, it is grippers. I figured. First strike. Use right bumper to attack an enemy first and gain an advantage in battle. Dope! Dope! Dope, 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 dope. Okay, you're so cool, Lune. You're so dope. Alright. Aim. Yep. Okay, cool. Did that. Skills. Applies to burns. Increase damage. Sure.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. Attack. Woo! Holy shiitake mushrooms. She dodged first try. I don't mean to brag about it, but I'm gonna fucking brag about it. Okay. Attack. dope. No way. Bye, little gun! Everybody say good night, little gun. Thank you so much for hanging out, homie. Thank you so much. I hope you have the best rest of your weekend. About the idea of her running around the grippers, that feels so right. I mentioned when I first met her, I speculated that she doesn't wear shoes because of her affinity to like the elements. This music is gonna be stuck in my head for days. I'm gonna start listening to the soundtrack now because of you guys. This is gonna be my new shower playlist. We continue. I like the we continue as opposed to just like continue. A new weapon. Tell me more about this. Oh, here we go. So we have, oh wow. Oh, this weapon's so much cooler and better. Yeah, okay, cool. Chroma Catalyst can be used at camp to upgrade weapons up to level 3. Yippee.
Well,
a chroma.
that will help.
That will help. Thank you. Can I jump down? No way I can. That was cool. Barrel roll. I love things.
Well, that will help.
New Pictos. Critical burn. 25% increased critical chance on burning enemies. Well, we're going to go ahead and equip that. You are going to go there. Perfect. All right, Gustav, you get the next Pictos. Don't worry. Like, who are you thinking of? Goblin? Like Jody Bros's Goblin? Min-maxing Lune? What does that mean? Yay! Did I do it? Did I do first strike? Did I get it? I don't think I got it. Ooh, attacks quickly. What do you mean? Oh, oh. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Shite. Yes! Okay, I do see it. Ooh. Okay. I was too early in the first one, too late in the second one. That's fine. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Attack. Oh, cool.
I'll do it.
Damn it! I'll get there, I'll get there.
Ice.
Okay, so I don't replenish my health, right? You're so good at the game that you let the enemies have to go first. Exactly. Exactly. Gustav looks a lot like him. I totally agree. It also looks like I also think that Gustav looks a lot like Robert Pattinson as well, but I totally see Goblin. I totally see it.
Interesting.
Interesting. Make me want to reinstall the game. Do it! Have you 100%ed this game too, Panic? I have never seen gameplay of it, and I've never played it. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go the wrong way first. And then go the right way. Oh, did I just come up here? Oh, I literally just came up there, idiot. Yeah! Yeah, they are remastered Black Flag.
Is that a house?
A house?
Looks abandoned.
Something's not right here. Oh, what's that?
This will be
Chroma Catalyst can be used at camp to upgrade weapons up to level 3. Yippee. Yeah, because I want to be okay. Cool.
The indigo tree is not too far from here.
I hope not.
If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
I'm assuming... Yeah. Oh, you can interact with it too. Okay. This house is crazy. How very like Alice in Wonderland. Topsy-turvy. You know what I mean? Can I jump down through here? Okay, this looks like the right way. No, okay, the wrong way. Perfect.
Nice.
I want to go the wrong ways first, because I want to go the wrong ways, collect the stuff, and then go the right ways. Oh, okay. I'll yeah, you know, I do like that outfit. Yeah. No. The rose stays on.
Here we are, huh?
Yeah. The continent. The indigo trees over there.
Huh. Oh, and we got a flag too. Good. Because I want to heal. Or should I fight him first? I can fast travel, that's dope! Maybe I should fight him and then heal. Oh, I gotcha. It was on sale, so I got it. 3 attribute points. I really want your luck. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna put you on speed. When you use flags, it respawns enemies. That is so good to know. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Let's go point. Powerful. Applies powerful to 1 to 3 allies. Increases the damage they deal for 3 turns. Shut up. Marking shot. Deals low single target lightning damage. 1 hit. Applies mark. Ooh, I think I'm gonna go with I'm gonna wait. Actually, I'm gonna wait for powerful until I have more people in my expedition party. So I'll do marking shot. Methinks. Yeah, I like that. And then I can learn Thunderfall. Deals medium lightning damage to random enemies 2 to 6 hits. Critical hits trigger an additional hit. Ooh, consumes Fire Stain for increased damage. Healing Light. Heals the target ally by 30 to 50% health and dispels status effects. Consumes 2 earth stains. I don't think I need health yet, so I'm going to go with Thunderfall because that sounds really fucking cool. But I do really want that probably next. Next. Good for grinding. Oh, that is... you guys are so smart. See, that's why I keep you guys around. Alright. He saw me. Because I wanted to try to, like, sneak up on him. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to let me Skyrim this, huh? Yes! I got it! Fuck you! First strike! Yeah. That did a lot. That was a lot of damage.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. Falcon Punch! That was awesome. I want to mark him.
Take him down.
Mark is a status effect that increases the next damage received by the character by 50%. By my character, Mark only affects 1 instance. Okay. So it's the second. I was a little late in the parry. Damn. It's like the mark of death in Baldur's Gate. That's not familiar. I forgot to heal. That's right. We'll heal and then we'll fight him again. We'll grind. So stupid.
Feel the burn.
I never fully finished this game to the credits the second time. And I want to see the DLC area, so I kind of have a reason to come back to it. Oh, okay, cool! Oh, I love that, Panic! Killing him. Well, let's collect everything first, and then we'll go back.
This will be useful.
I forgot. I'm stupid.
We can use that.
Oh, I didn't even upgrade my weapons either. Alright, actually, let's... Ooh. The fudge. Cool. Oh, that's awesome. He's back. So, question. Chat. Pixel says chat. Does my game save every time I rest? And Pixel X asks chat. Do I get unlimited rests? Oh, that's right. There was free DLC. That's right. I forgot about that. So do I save and do I get unlimited rests? Does rest. Does it save? It doesn't look like there's limitations on the resting. So that's kind of awesome. You have unlimited. That's awesome. Every time you rest, it responds. So that's what you mean about the grinding thing. Cool. Because I'm thinking I kind of want to end stream. I know. Because the thing is, I feel like if I progress even further, I feel like I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to be at a place where it's like not a good place to stop. And I feel like this is a good in-between place to stop. You know what I mean? But I am thinking I would like to keep playing this tomorrow. Because I really, really want to play this. And 2v8 for Dead by Daylight hasn't come out yet, so I have time to play something besides DVD. I bought the game twice because, oh no, what if I got the game, the physical steel? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I totally get that. Respect that, for sure. I did that with Resident Evil Requiem because I bought the game, the physical game, on Amazon, and I wanted to play it on release date, and the game, sorry, I'm gonna quit. The game wasn't gonna be arriving to me on release day, and so I bought it on Steam, and so I have this now, and I still need to give away a deluxe copy of Resident Evil Requiem. You're not gonna get like the physical thing. I'm just gonna send you a code to input on Steam and give that away. I just need to find a good time to do that. But have a good night, Lintona! Lintona, have the best night ever. Thank you so much for the resub too. You're so hot. Everybody say good night, Lintona. We're actually about to... What do you guys think? Oh, do you want to do marbles? Do you guys want to do some marbles? There's art book as well, but it's not in English. It's in French? Because that's sick, if it's in French. You guys want to do some marbles? Or you guys want to end it? Oh, for the mods? Hell yeah. I have no, like, ideas or plans on when I want to do the giveaway. I wanted to do it for, I had initially planned to do it for my 5-year partner anniversary, but I didn't, like, really actually, like, technically celebrate it, you know? I didn't, like, do anything like I wanted to because stupid brain stuff, whatever. So now I don't really know. I do have a couple charity stuff coming up, you know what I mean? Maybe I could do that. Ooh, I could do that. Here. Let's open up this one. I brought this one down. No, actually, yeah, because this one's not resealable. We'll do this one. Charlie! Has anyone else turned to flowers? Not yet. Oh, I just realized my dog can't go down. Probably for me slamming my desk earlier. Also, welcome back, Dangles. And I'm going to end stream, though. Did you look at outfits for the game when you planned this costume? I did this costume because of the Game Awards. I saw them all wearing this like outfit-ish at the Game Awards. And I thought it'd be cute. Really? These are like bacon strips. What if I put this right in front of you? Okay. Well, Blue, you can eat both of them, I guess. Weird boy. Maybe Charlie's full. Maybe he's full. I'm lurking a bit. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, Charlie's a picky boy. Oh. No? Okay. He's a picky boy. It's called baguette. Oh, I wish I had a baguette. Full of baloney. He is full of baloney. Alright, I can close my stream on my phone now because I don't need chat anymore. It's like, you guys! Boo will probably eat it as soon as I unstream. Thank you so much for being here. There's so... Oh! Oh! He's eating it! Oh, good boy, Cho-Cho. We just had to look away, and then... He wasn't shy anymore. Good boy. Please don't forget. Thank you so much for hanging out with me in a brand new video game. Also, thanks for all the love on the outfit. I was really nervous to wear this, so I'm really glad that you guys liked it because I was like really nervous. I don't know. It's silly. I get nervous over silly things. I know. Ooh. Wait. Hold on. Chill. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember if I rated this person recently. I did just rate them, so. Couldn't remember. I'm a bad person. Fine. Someone else to read. Oh, I said I was gonna raid this person next time. Raid D's! We're gonna raid D's Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk is playing... I don't know, the stream's loading. Shadowhawk is playing Lords of the Fallen. Off of a knee-jerk reaction, it looks a little bit, como se dice, Elden Ring-ish? Oh, I'm sorry, Irish Queen! Yeah. I'm gonna end. I've been feeling a little low energy today because I've had some really bad anxiety, but... Solstice. Hello? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Pokemon Nurse Joy. Enjoy your Expedition 33 Twitch badge, and Pokemon Nurse Joy, enjoy your emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone's patience with me because I'm sure there's so many people here that like have played this game before, or have watched people play this game before, and I say this like almost every single stream because I don't play video games very well. I like to have fun. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, right? And I really appreciate people's patience with me. One, for yapping so much and not like going straight into gameplay, but also being so patient with me, especially in the combat, because I'm still trying to figure out the dodging thing. But I'll get there. Oh, that's how it was for me when I played Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time, because I think it was about like anywhere between 6 months to a year behind Baldur's Gate 3 as well. And so a lot of people had that same sentiment. So I'm so excited to finally play this and finally not be worried about spoilers anymore. You are so fudging cute. I get cutest aggression to the max degree with him. All right. Well, we're gonna raid Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk is such a homie. I have known him and his wife since before I was partnered. So we're gonna give him lots of love. Currently playing Lords of the Fallen. Let's give him lots of love, give him lots of hype. Again, a huge thank you and shout out to Leon's Moans for joining the mod team. I don't know about you guys, but I think they did great today. But big shout out to all my mods in general for everything that you guys do in stream and off stream. We're gonna send the love over to Shadowhawk. Go give him lots of love. And I love you guys from the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. I really, 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 really am so grateful because I've had so much anxiety all day yesterday, all day today. My heart rate is at a 96, which I need you guys to know is low considering what it's been. Just like I've been constant, like I feel like I've been having constant panic attacks the past like 20 or 32 hours. It's been ugh. So, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the tier 3 resubs, Leon's Moans and Yup. Thank you for the gifted subs, everybody. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows, the lurks, ice cubes. I did try to do some ice. I tried to do gum too. I tried. I'll keep trying some other stuff. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna do some more Clair Obscur, and from the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. I love you guys. Bye bye.
That's that, I suppose.
Anything for you, baby boy.
Found